Thank you. All things being equal, the microphone should be with me now, so you should all be able to hear me. Welcome, one and all. Um, I don't know if anybody enjoys this sort of thing, but we haven't got Rick with the music, and I just thought it's quite nice for people to be able to come and have a chat in the chat. And what else to do but to put a fountain in the background? But if nobody likes it, I'm more than happy to stop doing it. But I just thought it was it's better than just looking at pictures of either Laurel and Hardy or anything else. So, welcome all. Thank you for joining the stream. No real news today. I mean, I've got lots of stuff to talk about, but nothing really happened. I'm going to carry on drinking my beer for a few minutes. And can somebody just say what in the chat if you can hear me okay? All right, you can hear me. Thanks, Easy. Oh, great. As soon as I start talking, the sexy things start coming in. Hide. Hold on, let me just try and. God, bloody hell. How the hell did they know I was going to start talking now? Oh, somebody's already done it. Whoever did that, thank you. Um, must be Paula. Paula, thank you. Thank you so much. I never know where the right button is to get rid of them, and I'm always worried I'm going to get rid of the wrong person. Um, so I'm an hour about it a bit too much. Whereas I notice other people sort of just hit the button straight away, they're gone. Oh, it's Robert. Oh, okay. Excellent sniper work, sir. Now, honestly, they are look, we all know I haven't really got a clue what I'm doing, but uh, does it really matter? Oh, that's good. I mean, I can set this up anytime. It's so easy, and I can still do my little bits and pieces. You know, getting stuff out of the freezer for the meal tonight, and I don't feel like I've got to be sat here all the time watching it. So it's really easy for me, and I think it's nice to have the chat open um, as much as possible, just for people to say hello to each other. You know, communication is really important, as we all found out during lockdown. And I know I'm repeating myself, but I do stand by it. The original global or whatever did help me cope with the fact that it was almost embarrassing for me in Thailand to go shopping. Um, it was a real lockdown, and I think I had it probably easier than a lot of you did. Um, well, yeah, I understand what you're saying, Robert, but I don't want to put the channel on. I think most of the music I've downloaded onto my channel, we could play here. But until everybody else, all the other admins say, well, look, let's try it, Steve, then I'm not going to do it. Um, I don't know. But you're right. So what was I saying? Yeah. Um, during lockdown, and that's the only reason I ever became an admin on the channel was because I thought, fuck, this channel's really helped me. Don't misunderstand me. I wasn't going insane, but it was just so pleasant to be able to come on here, have a few beers, and talk as if you were in a pub. Um, and although I still saw my buddies in Thailand, it was much more irregular. So yeah, that would be excellent, Robert. We really need that. I mean, and also we need somebody better than me to do it. So I did try to play when Rick was on the channel earlier, because I know he's so into Thailand and knows more about Thailand than most of us put together. I started playing some of the morning British chants, but I didn't have the microphone set up right and it didn't work. Um, thanks, PZ. Look, I've seen channels where there's 4,000 people watching it and 1,000 likes. So I think if we're getting we're getting we're getting 60%. That's pretty damn good, BZ. Better than most. Um, but yeah, I mean, look, if I set the camera up and just put it on the Spirit House and play Buddhist chants, we've got at least one viewer that I know would be quite happy with that. And I would. In fact, we could guarantee no copyright. My wife knows them all by heart, and I'll record her one day when she's going through them all. Then we'll probably still get copyrighted on the lyrics. Wow, that is really interesting. As soon as it wasn't the voice of the fountain, it was a human voice, if you can call me that. We've gone up by 8 or 9 people on the views. That does surprise me. I don't know why that would work like that. It's weird. If I start chanting, you'd better run as fast as you can. I've forgotten how to do all this. Don't even know how to highlight comments anymore. Okay. It is weird, Rick. Yeah, I don't know what's happening, but it is impressive. And I confess I'm quite surprised. Well, Trent, on my channel, I downloaded lots of stuff, mostly live recordings. I won't bore you with all the story, but they almost all of them got through. Downloaded onto YouTube, no problem with you playing them on YouTube. So, but Trent, it's not my channel, so I can't risk playing that music on here because there's other people to think of. Well, yeah, I could do. I could play the guitar. Is that in tune, Robert? Hold on. I'll give you a full chord. Where's the bloody plectrum gone? Ah, there we go. Okay. Right, this is it. Okay. What we'll do is we'll test your what's the word? Ear for music, Robert, or anybody else. That was a cough. What note is this? Yeah, oh yeah, we love tests. We love. I'll give you one more. It's very difficult if you only hear one note to say what the chord is. Do you want another one to give you an idea? And these are obviously because I'm playing it. Now, I'll give you the. That's the E trem. Now Robert will get that because you only go from E to I. No, G is. Okay, so now you've got the ear for it. This one, A, E, D, bad G, G, C, and a cheating F. But you're not tuned in 440. Don't know what that means. I, no, I'm a shit guitar player because I don't practice because I get actually too hot playing it. But try to name this tune. No, no, let me start again. There you go. Right, music show over. I think we need professionals on here, but at least you could tell what the tune was. And and it was probably so close to the original, we'll be copyright strike for it. I am joking, obviously. Well, yeah, that's probably why it's such a great song, isn't it? I mean, it's really simple, but still a super song. But you get bored with it. I don't know if you've actually been to Thailand, Rob, but in Thailand, all the bars play that all the time. You walk down the street, you can guarantee you're going to hear Hotel California. Really? Oh, let me just highlight that so that. No, God, I'd be furious at that. Well, same thing that I said to Easy Company owner on. If ever you get a chance, you're more than welcome to visit, stay, do whatever you want, sir. Great to meet up. I think you'd like it here. I really do. It's nobody bothers anybody. That's what I love about it. They're super tolerant, super accepting of the older generation. Lots of respect. Um, very different to the West, and much better. Sundays is a family day. They still have shops open, but most importantly, it's still a family day. Um, they have days that are just for children. They have children's days where you know you take children away. It is. They understand that life isn't just about work and sleep and work and sleep and work and sleep, and that they really believe in the expression that a Mexican first told me: "Don't waste a meal by not sharing it." So whenever you go to a Thai house, there's always food there. They've always got some rice cooking. Uh, there's always some cold meats to have with the rice. You're just made incredibly welcome, and they absolutely love it if you enjoy their food. Um, I said once to my mother-in-law, "Wow, your coffee." She makes normal coffee. I have sachet coffee. She makes normal coffee. I said once to her, um, "Wow, your coffee is really good." Now, as the car drives into their driveway, she's got the coffee going. Yeah, and the other one, Rick, is hold on, let me just highlight that because if anybody can see. Hold on, I'm just going to cough for a second. Yeah, the other one, Rick, is leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'll be back again. The number of times I've sang that, and other phalangs have sang that when they're going back to whatever country they came from. Yeah, so that's another popular one. Certainly for karaoke. Oh, sorry, Rick. I missed your joke, mate. I just read it quickly. Yeah, tie your yellow ribbon round the old oak tree. And just to explain, it's just because the ties don't grow up learning R's and L's. Right and light is the same. Christ, yeah. Robert, very good point. As I've said many times on here, I don't think men should ever cry in public. I think the duty of a man is to be strong, to help others around him get through whatever turmoil they're going through. But Christ, yeah, there have been years gone by, not now, obviously, but years gone by where I was, I just spent 3 or 4 months back in England, in Thailand, and I almost cried in the airport. But yeah, it was just so horrible, knowing that I probably wouldn't see Thailand or my wife again for 4 or 5 months. So yeah, right. Let's not go into that. But it's a bloody good. I never thought of it. Highway to Hell. If somebody wants to join me on panel, I'll show you my two birds, and you can tell me what they are. And we're talking about real birds, not Thai birds. My two budgerigars. If anybody here does know anything about birds, of course. I need somebody on the panel so they can tell me if you can see it or not. I've tried doing it on my own, and I don't know what you're seeing or what you're hearing. I'm pleased about that, Robert. I can try. Look, I think there's always a novelty aspect to these sort of things. But it's so easy for me to set up, and I think it's useful to they're birds. All right, I need somebody to join me on panel. Then you can shoot off if you've only got 5-10 minutes. But I'll pull the camera in, and I'll show you the two birds I've told you about. Right. Okay. You can hear me, Robert?
Yeah, I'm playing the other Steve.
Yeah, I know. That's good. Right. Thank you, sir.
Yep. I can see the fountain just fine.
See me boat?
Yep. See the boat? I'd sink that thing.
It's, wow. I'm 10 stone, which is 140 pounds, dripping wet.
And Steve, one of my legs weigh that.
I almost sank 2 or 3 times on it. It's not very stable, but it cost 150 quid. And it's really useful for messing about on the pond. Right, I'll just find the lens. There we go.
Hey Z, if you
only because there's loads of photos of the wife and family on the walls here. As you know, Robert, there's some not very nice people around that will be clipping those. So I'm just going to keep it covered until we get out to the birds.
All right. Hey Z, if you've been breeding them, how did you get them to like stand still for you? Inquiring minds need to know.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Zig's in the car on the move.
You see, to me, they look like small parrots.
They look like birds to me.
Let's try and get closer. I mean, they're beautiful colours.
So what are they, Zig? All right, now you're in the stream, Zig.
Those are definitely lovebirds, Steve.
Lovebird, Steve.
They're
Who said that? See,
they're
no,
either
they're
marked
not. Lovebirds are nothing like that. Not in Thailand, anyway.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They're masked or NASA or fishes. I can't get clear enough look, but they're definitely a lovebird.
No.
Yep. Sorry. They
No.
are.
No. Like.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
No.
Yep.
I mean, they do have arguments with each other, like husband and wife. And look, they're all, if you can see, they're away from me now because I'm on this side of the cage. And if I go over to this side of the cage, they'll move over to the other side of the cage. They're not. Look. You might call them lovebirds, but that can't be the real name for them. They're baby parrots, miniature parrots. Anyway,
budgies. Rick might be correct. Budgies.
Yep. Do you want anybody want to see the warehouse? Anyone want to see my workshop?
If it's a seven-head, I'm going to be very upset.
Huh? Can you still hear me? Or I've gone a long way away now.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So this is where I play. So we got one of those to do the we do a slow tour. One of these to do the garden. And obviously the tools and whatever. Also, I know where they are. Always useful to have a knife, but we've got another bigger one than that somewhere else. I was quite pleased with this. This is just all the bits and pieces that you can never find, all hung up. So name me what you need. Name me something you're going to use.
Diesel Duramax 6.0 fuel injector.
All right, you win. All the paintbrushes there. So you've got hundreds of paintbrushes. All the tapes. Electrical tape, masking tape, all the tapes in there. Tapeworms, yeah. Nice big workshop. Obviously, lots of these things for sort of, I think they do something, I don't know, but they're bloody good. With a light. Yeah, look, I do know, I'm joking. Glue guns. This is all the stuff that you need all the time. Lots of stuff like this for doing woodwork. Another one of these drills up there that has usually got something else in it. Lots of tools there, all nuts and bolts there. Then we get round to bigger tools over here. Hammer drills, sanders.
The biggest tool holding the camera.
Sanders. What do you say? I didn't hear. Anyway, and then these things are good. I bought this one first for cutting stuff. And if you can see, you go. Right, so I got that one first because I thought that's useful. It really is. Then I saw this one. This one goes backwards and forwards. And in that cool way. So I don't use that one so much anymore. That is my weapon of choice. I've just been making some picture frames, as you can see there. And put it on the board then. So those are all the sort of play tools. And then when we go down here, you got real metal studies. This is what we bought when we actually built the first house. So you got a welder, metal cutter, lots of other rubbish around there.
Cutter.
Well, what do you call it? It just saws through anything. And this,
either a grinder or a drop set.
well, yeah, one of those two things. I don't know. This was a really good buy.
What is it? Oh, bench saw.
Well, we'd call it a table saw.
Yeah.
And it was really cheap, but it's ever so useful. Christ, have I got... I think it only cost me 150 quid to say I've got my money out of that. Well, I've even been... I've got to put... if you see, I've got a mat that keeps falling off the wall because I just glued it on there. So I've made some... needs sanding down, but I've made some strips. So I'm going to attach it all to these strips so that it's fixed for good, rather than just using double-sided tape. So I used this before I came online today to cut those. Really good. Probably the thing I use most that costs me the least money. Let's put that in there. I did have it on wheels, but wheels don't work with it. And then all hand tools. And then there. All can be plugged in there. All can work straight away. Look, compared to you professionals, it might not look much, but I could build anything here. Right, show's over. See you in a bit. Lights off. I didn't show you my bicycle that I never use.
I want to ride my bicycle.
See, go on.
Hang on, boss.
Now, what shall I do? Shall I put it back onto the
Oh, I like that bus. That's a cool bus.
The jeepney.
Ah, wow.
That's a what?
Jeepney. Public transport.
Show this accident.
That was an accident, is it? Someone do plow into the...
Ouch.
Oh, no. Ah. Plenty of those buses around here, Robert.
You imagine putting a big old V8 in that bad dog?
Oh, they do a little two-seat version with a bit of cargo space beyond it. A little low rider type one. And I reckon one of those with a small box Chev would be friggin' awesome. We're going about 50, 60 now, Robert, kilometres, and it feels like you're flying. I get home and I drive at like 80, 90 k's now, and I feel like I'm in a Lamborghini. Got another one of your buses coming up. Two of them, actually. There you go.
Oh, yeah, there you go. A big black 454 and that baby built up. Oh, yeah. Then we'd be talking.
It's a parting gift from the US military, actually. Those things.
They're what?
You guys, the Americans, you built them things originally.
Really?
Yeah. and they adapted them into transport. And stretched them out and all that sort of thing. Some of them are longer than those.
I missed the start of this, Z, because I was coming back from the workshop. Where are we? Manila.
Oh. Yeah, just cruising down the road in Manila.
Excellent.
You imagine taking one of those to the drag strip, fully blown engine.
They're that big, Robert. You could probably put a Merlin V12 in one out of a Spitfire. Sorry if it shakes around a bit. The road's a bit rough.
I bet they do just nicely at about 1,000 horsepower.
I think they've all got like an Isuzu 4-cylinder or something in them.
Ah, all right, Lieutenant.
There's a heap there. Yeah, there's a big waiting spot for them all.
You doing Karma? Gaza? So what's for the agenda today there, Zeke?
I just went out and hit the shops and got a new suitcase. Pack things a bit better for the trip home. Saved my back a bit. And then next few days, we'll go see family and friends and stuff, and then it's fly home.
And then you're gonna have the missus there, huh?
Yep.
So we won't be able to talk about sweet nothings in the middle of the night.
I've still got to practice somewhere.
Well, it's not the same. Feel like I'm being too timed, man. Come on.
I'll still send you feet pics.
All right, all right.
You can flick through paragraphs of the Lord of the Rings and glare over at the pics every now and then. A good gauge, yeah.
Moped? They sure like their mopeds, don't they?
As you see, if you leave anything still long enough, the plant life just grows all over it.
But I mean, I don't know what it's like in Philippines. I guess the same. In Thailand, a 125 scooter, motorbike, whatever, is a third of the price of America.
Oh yeah, yeah. But I mean, they've got
For
little knockoff
for £1,000, $1,500, you get a decent motorbike. Whereas in England, to get the same thing, you're paying £3,000.
Yeah, it's just like that in Australia too. But then you won't see them even selling little scooters and things in Australia, really. Since they changed the licensing laws around the bikes, and who can ride what and all the rest. The sale of small bikes has disappeared because they've made it too easy doing a big one now.
All right. See, well, that's what we don't have in Thailand. It's the big problem is you could have a 1200cc Harley Davidson. You can't ride it on the motorway.
Right.
So
What's because you're not allowed bikes on the motorway, or
yeah, no bikes on motorways. Yeah, no motorbikes on motorways or dual carriageways or no on all toll roads. I mean, you can ride them on a normal dual carriageway, but you can't do it on
yeah, but if it's like 100 km/h freeway, you're not going to be allowed to. Yeah, proper motorway and that.
So you mean to tell me my 2000cc Monster wouldn't be able to go on the freeway there? It's bigger than most of their cars.
Yeah. See, in Australia, that used to be hard to own anything over a 250. Now there's learner-approved bikes that are like 800cc now. So, and for the $1,000 to $2,000 price difference between buying what's essentially a moped or going straight to an 800cc bike, I mean, why would you waste your money on the small one? I mean, aside from the fact you could probably ride the small one around all week on a quarter of the fuel it takes to get anywhere on the other bike, but still.
Oh, we lose Steve? Steve.
Bender preparing his things or packing his stuff up. I don't know what he's doing. They're pretty gutsy here, Robert. They'll walk out in the middle of the motorway and stand there selling drinks and things.
So they have a penchant for being a road pizza, huh?
Hey?
They want to be road pizza?
Yeah, I'm sure it happens. There's your local Bunnings.
Village Construction Supply, huh?
Yeah, you got Rio Bar, bit of RHS, cement, bit of timber. What the hell's going on back there? Gated community, I guess.
Those and big towers there.
These things.
Yeah.
It's overpass above their head.
Oh, all right.
Got cinder blocks here. I'm guessing they're making them there. No, maybe it's just the fires. Need gas.
Welcome back there, Steve.
Just 1 minute electric cut.
Ah.
And that destroys the internet for about 5 minutes.
Oh, you had a brownout, did you, Steve?
So yeah, I think that's what they call it, isn't it? Yeah. It only goes off for a brief time. But the electric comes back on, but then it takes 3 to 5 minutes for the internet to sort of reconnect.
Oh, no, you and your slow internet. Hey, that's a fun back door on it. And it's got headroom. That's a flash one over there, Robert. It's got a glass back door, headroom. Even you might be able to sit in there.
Maybe.
There's loads of room where the driver sits. Half the time I go sit next to the driver if I'm getting in one of those.
I'm just picturing that thing with, you know, a set of Cooper Super Wide GT50s, some nice aluminum rims, big old 454, have her painted up emerald green, lower it a little bit, put some wheelie bars on it, and we'd be good to go.
Put that, if I get the 454, put that big 672 bloody crate motor in it.
Oh, there you go. I know what I'm talking. 800 horses right out of the crate.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, it drinks about 2 gallons of fuel to start it. But who cares when you're having fun, right?
Well, nobody ever said there wasn't a price for power.
Oh, that's true, man. Did you see that little black bike just then, Steve? Before?
Say again,
I
mate.
think it was a Yamaha. No,
We have a Yamaha. We have a Yamaha. Can you hear me? We have a Yamaha.
Yeah.
Can't remember what it's called. Oh, we got a Yamaha GT 125.
Yeah.
Love it to bits, and it's air cooled, and I like air cooled engines.
Well, they're a lot less piss farting around, unless you don't get a radiator leak and have to go find another radiator.
Exactly. And I also, I had them when I had small dinghies and whatever when I was sailing, and they're just built stronger because they're not being cooled down all the time, so they have to be built stronger. They're probably not as efficient, but they're good for the job.
See this billboard, yeah? See the billboard there, the one with the red Sheila? I reckon Craigie Poos could go right there.
Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, make you big. Yeah. I got the same in Thailand, but we don't see them. They're not as well organised as that, to be fair.
Craigie Poos up on that one, that square shaped one. Go good, I reckon.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you don't see many 4-door diesels rocking down the road there, huh?
What's that?
I said, I'm guessing you don't see many 4-door diesels rocking down the road there, huh?
Nah, not many diesels here at all, man. Unless it's a truck, like a commercial truck. Okay, that side. That's a bit flash, Range Rover. That must be a Palm, hey Steve. Yeah, it's getting a bit nicer around here if you hadn't noticed. Oh, there's old mate.
Damn, that's a shitload of buses.
Yep. There you go. Pump action.
Huh.
The funniest one's when you get to the door and there's like some 17-year-old security guard and he's got a Mac 10.
Oh, we're looking at bugs at Steve's.
I'd hate to know how much having a Range Rover in Manila costs.
What's that?
A Range Rover that just went past, BMW era one. You can't see it in front of that van. Some would have been bloody expensive to import here. That one over in the front of that silver thing.
Lieutenant Escafe wants to know if you're in Resorts World area now.
Pasai.
Hey, take it easy now. There's ladies around.
Just telling you the airport. Airport across there. There you go. There's the sign.
What is it, about 8 o'clock in the morning there?
No. 5:30 p.m.
Oh, no shit. Wow. All right. A 2-story McDonald's. That's a new one.
Yeah, big cathedral there.
What are you doing, Sals?
Likod.
Opo, sa first grade ko kasi kami. Lakas niyo yung
Saan po?
Opo, kakanan
Mm.
sa right.
Alright, need to sort out some day.
Nakaroon sa orange.
Sorry about that, gentlemen. It looks like the wind must have caught it.
It's okay. I was enjoying watching the bugs there for a minute.
Say again?
I was enjoying watching the bug there for a minute.
Hey, look, there's too many people on the internet that are obsessed with my body already, Robert. Just get to the end of the queue.
Well, you're such a hunk of sexy love there, Steve.
I know. But let's not go there.
Yep, a little bit of music.
God, I rushed in to
Maybe
sort the
some,
camera out. I've lost my beer. Ah, here we go. God, dear.
Oh God, don't do that. Holy smoke.
No.
Man down. Man down.
You can see how it suddenly changed, can't you? Though that's what's so great about it. I mean, it was sunny 10 minutes ago. Now the wind's come in. I think it's going to get quite good in a minute.
Yeah.
Probably time to launch my boat and go out. That. You see, if I had any interest in making videos, that's what I'd do now. I'd get the boat out. If I was Cheap Charlie, I'd get the boat in the water and go for a little paddle around.
And then fall in.
Yep. I'm actually a bit worried about Cheap Charlie. I haven't seen him for 3 days. I'm missing my fix of whatever he's doing. Have you got into him at all yet, Robert?
Nope, can't say as I've ever seen it.
Ah, you really have. It's nostalgic in a way because he was one of the first Thai bloggers that I watched, and many people here have watched. And he's just really good. He's because he's not super confident, and he's quite an honest guy. He can do nothing, and it's still great to watch. Billy Blue and I see you on the ventilator. I don't believe you, Mr. South. No, he'll be okay. He's been working out. He's a tough guy now. The whole reason, Robert, is he's just so honest. Now, obviously, he does a little bit to get views, but most of it is just a sort of semi-innocent guy wandering around the world. And he's been doing it for years. Really good. Anyway, I'll shut up.
The only thing I suggest is that back fencer, you need some color, some flowers, something.
I can't hear it. I'm doing this wrong. I've got the speakers in and I'm listening. Say that again, Robert.
I said the only thing you're missing is some color. You need some flowers by that back wall or something.
What, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look, I haven't shown you the part of the garden with flowers and stuff in it. It's ridiculous.
Well, you just need some by that back wall back there.
Well, that's sort of quite a long way away from where I sit and whatever, so I'm not really bothered about it. To my left, we've got fruit trees. To my right, we've got fruit trees. At the back, we've got fruit trees. That part of it is almost like a no man's land, Robert.
So what kind of fruit trees are you growing?
Got bananas, Uh, I don't know what these things are called. Bananas. We've got one coconut tree. We've got these nice
Is
little
it
yellow
bananas?
things. And these things aren't. Yeah, there we go.
Mark Twain.
I'll just bring one of these out of the kitchen because I'm not going out in the garden to get these. Hello. You're home early again? You stopped coming home early? I'm yakking. I'm gonna have to go, guys. My wife's here, but I'm just going to show you this. This is like a grapefruit orange.
Oh, okay.
Looks
We got
confused.
lots of those.
Looks like a pear gone wrong.
I don't know what they are, but they're really nice. Hello, Nai. How are you? How was school? Okay. What are you cooking? Oh, that's me. That's my pork chop. How was school today? It was good? Good girl.
I seen you sneaking a feet in there, Zeke.
Say again?
I was talking to Zeke.
All right.
Sneaking some feet in there.
I'm gonna stay here, but I'm gonna turn my microphone off, guy. My microphone off because it's gonna get a bit noisy here now.
All right, Steve.
Hello, Minta. I'll see you later, okay?
All right, guys.
And if you need to kick me off to make room, yes. Is that for me? There's nothing there.
If I take off, I'll blow you up and make you big.
Yeah, good plan. Yeah. Wow, that's clever. Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. Okay, I see. Thank you all in the chat. Thanks all on the panel. I'll catch you later. See ya.
Later,
Oh, poor Stevie Weedy.
What? Oh. God. Run! Right. YouTube. So YouTube.
What are you up to? Robert.
Yes, sir.
What's happening?
You are, man.
I am. I'm the happening, am I?
Well, you're the man in Manila.
I'm going to happen myself into a cup of coffee.
You know, that's not a bad idea. I will be right back. Here, while we're doing that, hold on. There we go. Break time's over. You're a prude, Steve? I can believe that. I don't know if I was in Thailand, I'd be running around on loincloth because if not, I'd be dying from the heat. Not what you heard, huh, Bees? You've been peeking again? Bees? $200 meg, huh? Let's see what we got here. Oh, shit. Mostly okay. What's mostly okay? Zeke, you get lost? Quit playing with your toes. Oh, looks like it's raining there.
1, 2, 3. Robert,
4, 5, 6.
it is. It's not the thought. It's not the storm that I was expecting. It's just like English mild weather. I thought it. I could hear thunder a couple of hours ago. I thought we were going to have a big storm here, but it didn't happen.
I was just about to play a storm background.
But it could change. But it's just a dribble. I was out in the boat yesterday afternoon playing around with the fountain, and when I got into the boat, it was perfectly sunny day. I got out to where I wanted to plant the fountain, the pump, and it pissed out. I came, but it was just ridiculous. The boat got full of water. It was tricky times. That's when I came. That's when I said, "Fuck this! I'll go in and see what Johnny's doing on his Johnny's quiz night."
Is that right?
And see, I owe you. Look, I never apologise on the internet, but you were more right than I was. I was more wrong than you were right. I've just checked on the Google, and yes, they are lovebirds. I didn't know how to look for them before because I didn't know that's what they were called. In Thailand, we have another one, almost like small doves, that are called lovebirds.
Right.
And the trick is they bring them onto the beach. You pay 100 baht, £3, $3, whatever, to release these doves into the wild blue yonder. But they're all trained and they come straight back to the cage 2 minutes later. But they walk along the beach doing this, and that's what I always thought were lovebirds. So
No.
say it's not an apology. It's just saying you're more right than I was, or I was wronger. I was wronger than you.
I was wrong.
That's a lot of hoop jumping there, Steve.
Yeah,
It's okay, Steve. I know I was right.
yeah. You did sound confident, but you always do. So I'm always going to argue. Oh, yeah, easy come. If in doubt, easy. Well, yeah, that's what I normally think, easy. But he was right in this instance. Look, a clock is always right twice a day, same as Z. It just so happened that this was one of those times during the day he was right. But I'm with you, easy.
I actually bought a couple of suitcases today. I've been using rucksacks and backpacks and all that crap for years, and finally bought some suitcases.
All right. And did you buy good ones?
Yeah. Well, no, I bought a reasonable carry-on because it's with you all the time, so he gives a shit. But I did buy a good suitcase from the check luggage. Yeah.
Well, you should have waited, because you know there is a big trial coming up where the girlfriend put her boyfriend into a suitcase for a sexual game.
Yeah.
And that suitcase was so strong and airtight that he died. I'm going to wait. Look, I'm buying one of those. It's got to be the best suitcase ever. I've made that joke before. Talking about suitcase, I bought a Delsey, Delsey briefcase at least 35, maybe 40 years ago. It is still as solid as a rock. So I think it's one of these things you can buy cheap. it's like most things these days. You can buy cheap throwaway stuff, or you can buy good makes, and I do think you get value for money on suitcases. But I really want the one that you can. I want one you can put somebody into, and then bury them in a shallow grave somewhere. That's the ideal.
See, the problem with killing someone like Robert is you've got to cut him up with a chainsaw and then try and hide the chainsaw that's covered in.
I think once you kill somebody, you have to accept there's all those things. Look, it's one of my pet things. If you go to all the trouble of killing somebody, why do they always bury them in shallow graves? Only an amateur does that. Because it's always found by an old man taking his dog for a walk. At least put a pepper into it and dig a big hole.
Well, I'm not giving anyone any ideas, Steve, but a bloke got away with putting a bloke in a shallow grave for many years until he left the country back.
Well,
he put the bloke in the hole and then burnt the guy's car above the hole. So when the dogs and everyone came out looking, they couldn't smell anything.
Oh, that's clever. Yeah, you have to admire that. It's clever.
Yeah, so that lasted that was 14 years before they worked that one out. And someone had the bright idea to go out there and dig up where the car was. And hey, presto, there he was about 4 foot deep.
Changing the subject slightly, there's a YouTube channel called Adventurers with Purpose, something like that. I might have got this slightly wrong. Adventure with Purpose. And it's a gang of divers that go looking for bodies in lakes and whatever near where there have been murders.
Yep.
And they've been really, it's a super successful YouTube channel. And they have really helped a number of people. Because, without going into too fine a detail, it's bad enough already if you lose a child, a husband, or a wife, whatever. But if you can't say goodbye to them at closure, it's even worse. So these guys that found the bodies and whatever really help people. The founder has just been arrested for some horrendous crimes years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Right, I'm going to get a beer. I always bring the subject down to something horrible, don't I? I do apologise to everybody on the panel and the chat. I'm never travelling with Steve, especially if he's got a huge suitcase. Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't travel with you anyway, Steve.
No, I wouldn't.
I smell all your old man smells.
No, I'm quite experienced. I can get my way around the world. But yeah, it's a good thing. Right. You have to man the fort on your own for a minute. I'm just going to fill up my beer and
2 seconds. I gotta go.
sort out my stuff. Shall I put the sound back onto my fountain? There's going to be no rain, is there? I'm going to bring the camera in, I think.
You can't hear the rain?
See what?
You can't hear the rain?
The rain. No?
Rain.
Oh yeah, I can hear it, but I'm here. I can hear it. I don't know what you're hearing. I can't hear my camera.
Oh. Okay.
Is it horrible?
No, I'm playing rain in the background.
All right, now. Right. Okay, look, I'm happy to, well, Robert, you can always cut it off. But I'm gonna sort my beer out and sort out my food. Back in about 10 minutes.
All right, guy. Beezy, can you hear the rain? Morning, Johnny.
Oh, how are you, Robert?
I've been told I'm not bad.
Top of the morning to you.
So you thought that was the sound of his stream then?
Well, it sounded like the water jet from the pump. Yeah.
No, that was me.
Oh, you went to the toilet. Fair enough.
That's why I was wondering if anybody could hear that because when he's playing, it's all digitized out. It doesn't sound like the water. Does that sound like water when I'm playing it?
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm sick of I'm sick of the sound of rain on the roof.
Wait a minute here. Let me find one.
Don't need it. We've had that much bloody rain, mate. It's just bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
Yeah,
Um,
gotta love it.
yeah, but when you're trying to do stuff, it's either on hold or you're working about quarter speed. Yeah, and plus I'm over the days of working in the rain.
Yeah, screw that noise. Oh, we lost Zeke. And we
He's
got Zeke back.
He's shuffling for spots.
That must be what it is, trying to get the right one. He's playing panel bingo.
Ah, well.
Well, I had an interesting evening last night.
Yeah, pray tell.
About a 4.5 hour panel with Man About Oz.
Yeah.
Went pretty well for the most part. He was definitely, informed, but he was all right. Did really well.
G'day, Frank. How you doing, mate?
Morning, Frank. I'm not familiar with that one.
Frank is a police officer. I don't remember what state, but he's American. Nice bloke. Hell of a nice bloke.
All righty. I'll take your word for it. So, yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. Had some actually pretty decent discussion. It's too bad I take my streams down. It would have been worthy a listen, that's for sure.
The one thing about Man About Oz, he's not, by no means is he stupid or dumb or anything that.
Definitely not.
Some people make the mistake of thinking he is. He does enjoy a little bit of verbal parry and thrust.
Oh yeah, for sure. We were actually talking about that.
And I like the man. I
do too.
We've crossed swords in the past, but we just have a giggle and.
We were talking about the differences between banter and outright maliciousness. So
yes, some people don't know the line,
right? And we touched on that subject a little bit, and other things. Like I said, 4.5 hours, and that had to have been a record for me. Well, that had to have been a record for him too.
Right. No, look, in the past, everybody would go to bed and he'd entertain himself or whatever, and you wake up the next morning and he was still going strong. And that was on many, many occasions, you know. But yeah, yeah.
Don't rain on your parade, huh, Steve? Are you parading?
Don't rain on his parade. I can see a few drips there, Steve.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad video to take and record, clip, and loop. Throw some nice light classical music in the background and blow it up full screen, be all set.
Yeah. Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain, Steve. That's one that comes to mind straight up. Raindrops keep falling on my head. There's another one.
Here Comes the Rain, CCR.
Yeah.
Oh God, there's another one that ran the tip of my tongue. Walking in the Rain. Geez, there's hundreds of them.
Yeah. Well, what was that? That was the Broadway production, Just Walking in the Rain, wasn't it?
Yes. Yep. But
G'day, Tony.
By all means, Steve, go for it. Hello, Tony.
It looks like duckweed on that pond.
Yep, that's exactly what I said. That's why I asked him earlier where the ducks were.
Yeah, it never rains in California, but girl, don't they warn you? Let it pour. Yeah. Yes, I watched for here. I watched an interesting news expose, you might as well call it, this morning. In relation to the premier of the state.
Yeah.
Yeah, virtually, because you won't get that kind of thing on the normal news, but Sky News released it, and it was exactly right, virtually saying he was a criminal and asking the questions of why hasn't he been taken to task.
You mean about the disease we were supposed to have?
Oh, lots of things. Lots
or the
and
lockdowns,
lots.
or the tournament camps?
The lockdowns, the waste of money,
The destruction of economies.
Yeah, the jobs for the boys, the whole deal of it.
Yeah, that's starting to come up here too. It's actually coming up in a lot of places. So I said, there's going to be a day of reckoning coming, and it's going to run like wildfire when it does.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember that song, Tony. I remember when I was young and the world had just begun and I was happy. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Purple Rain, the Purple Prince.
Yep. That was a good tune too.
Yes.
Yeah, I had one on I had one on last night to discuss some of the things you're talking about right now on my how my channel is news, politics, shit like that. And Oz jumps in. First I had to make sure it was Oz. And then
Yep.
only had 2 jackasses showed up. I was quite surprised. I was all prepared to play Whack-A-Troll all night. But it was quite quiet, relatively speaking. But on the topic you're speaking of, there's quite a few questions being asked now in the European Parliament and the UK Parliament, and now they got the Freedom Caucus in the United States. They had a big doing where they had some scientists in, speaking, and it seems to be a narrative that they're trying to push from the other side about forgiveness and amnesty. And I'm like, no, I'm for forgiveness, but there's no damn amnesty. You're going to be held accountable for your choices and actions. Sorry.
And so they should, but once again, Sky News, they were saying about what is it, the upper house in America were preparing themselves for the influx of Democrats or whatever.
The Republicans, yes.
Or whichever way it was, but and I thought to myself, well, that sounds like that somebody stole somebody else's seat. Well, there was a vote. And shit happens because maybe people have had a guts full.
Well, yeah. And there were some certain shenanigans that went on places.
We can give you an invitation. Sorry, Robert. We can give you an invitation right now, Tony, if you like.
I never knew there was a requirement for an invitation.
What the hell's going on here? Hang on.
Oh, shit.
No, that was me.
Oh, it's not pinned. Yeah. We need to fix that.
Happening as we speak. One could say.
Oh, right behind you.
We'll get it pinned.
I don't think I have that capability.
We will do. You will do.
Nope, I don't.
Well, we can get that organised.
How you doing, Tony?
Welcome, Tony.
Well, I can remember when I was young, the world had just begun and I was happy. The world used to move around me. Hello, guys. How you going?
Bloody good,
mate.
Just a quickie. It won't be long. It won't be long at all. Just thought I'd tune in and let you know that that's a very nice fountain. That turns me on, that fountain. It reminds me of
your younger days.
Oh, mate! like that. Whoever did that video then and brought it up was fantastic. That just bars me up. That whole scenery just looks so nice.
That's Steve's backyard, dude.
Oh, good on you, Steve. Steve
Well,
on.
I just ordered some San Miguel's and I wondered why the hell they're charging so much. And I've just got 240 bottles instead of two stubbies.
Yeah. So anyway, I won't be long tonight. I've got a few things to do, so I just thought I'd call in and say good day and get the channel up and running and see what other people are chatting about.
Chat about.
Just trying to. Yeah. So, how are you going, Johnny?
Buddy, not too bad, mate. Not too bad.
Sorry.
I'm not getting into anything and not getting out of it. Today was actually no rain, so but it looked like it was going to rain all day, but there was patches of sunshine. But I did some painting and some maintenance on a massage table.
Sure, that's what they call it. Painting maintenance.
Now, Johnny, you know my background, and I think you know my background.
Yes, Tony.
Massage tables conjures up a few things for me in Bali, in Indonesia. As you know, I had a business over there, and which I sold, and I had a great time doing it. And I'll leave it at that. Well, we'll leave it at that for another day. But I just thought when you said massage tables, mate, I've been there and seen it all.
Oh, since what was the shop? Was it Barley Mongers Supplies Incorporated?
That's the table there that I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not exactly hasn't got any curtains around it like my shop did.
Yeah, well, this is for that one's for purely massage.
For pure release.
But I built
Johnny,
it.
Johnny, do you, like? I know we started off as banter, or true banter, but do you have somebody come in to do that for you, like your massage? Or obviously you do.
The wife does it. Thai massage.
Oh, okay. No, that's fair enough. Yeah.
But the whole part about it is, I actually built a little room which was dedicated to Thai massage and all that kind of stuff. But she's better off. She's better off picking up an extra couple of shifts where she was and easier work.
Yeah, and like you try to do it from home is what you're saying. It's a private concern. And
yeah, she was quite successful. Good, a lot of loyal customers.
Look, Johnny, if you can do that type of thing here in Australia and get away with it, and that's fine. You can, if you can beat the tax man, that's even better. It's just that. Do you want fucking weirdos coming into your house? Because that's what they're. That's what they fucking are.
But most of them are women, and a very selective clientele. I can tell you that now.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And with insurance, the whole deal of it. But like she kind of said, "Oh, my arms are starting to get sore, and my bloody hands," and I'm, and every time we'd want to go somewhere, somebody. I got a booking. Yeah, well, that stuffs that up, Yeah. So she just kind of said, well, she's better off working a couple of afternoon shifts, which realistically aren't hard work, and she earns more. So anyhow, we did a little bit of maintenance on it, give it a paint job and stuff like that, and I think a massage shop down the road is more than interested in it because it's heavy RHS frame.
Yeah.
The underlay's 3/4 plywood, and it's the same foam that they put on bus seats, which is a bit over 2 inches thick. So I built the frame. I built the whole bloody thing. So
no. Good on you, mate. I just I I don't know what the guys like Steve and Sage and those guys can do in their countries, but if you can get away with a little bit of cash,
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, fucking oath. Yeah.
I tell you what, you'll get a laugh out of this. You know where you have the hole for the face in them.
Yeah, I've had many dreams about that hole in the face. But go on.
Yeah, well, anyhow, I was on the sewing machine and 3 friggin' times in a bloody row, I sewed the bastard on backwards. So when I turned it in, it was the wrong side of the fabric out. So I unpicked it all, kind of, yeah, go and have a can and go, pissed off about doing it. And then did the same thing 3 friggin' times in a row.
Yeah.
I thought, what a dickhead. At least I got plenty of sewing practice.
That's a beautiful scene you got there going, Steve. I know you're on mute at the moment, but yeah. And Sage, what are you up to? Obviously not around, but yeah. Anyway, I just thought I'd say good day, Johnny, and I'm thinking about reinvesting back and buying my business back in Bali again. The people there aren't doing. It's one of those.
Are you getting it for less than what you? Are you getting it for less than what you sold it for?
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm looking at it, because they're not making a go of it. So we're not talking. We're only talking nickels and dimes. We're only talking 10,000 Australian. Don't know what that is in US.
Probably about 7,000, give or take.
Yeah. So they're not doing too good. So I'm looking at buying back into that. But it's very, very, very hard to run business from Australia in Indonesia, as it is in Thailand. Yeah. But been there, done that. I sold it in the COVID area and lost $2,000, which I was quite happy to do. And it's worked well, because I had an absolute ball in those 3 years that I owned that business. I mean, I just had it was worth losing $2,000 to meet and greet people.
Yeah.
Well, just write it off for the cost of entry. How's that?
Well, I will.
You could. No, I won't say that.
Come on, Johnny, we're Australian.
No. If they're not doing very well at it, they might jump at any offer. So, yeah, and
for sure. Look, Johnny, I'm hearing you. I hear what you say, but I'm sort of thinking to myself, like, do I really need? It's not. It's the business done well and I run books every month, and I got books from the company, the people who are running the show every month, and I got all that. But did I get the real figures? I don't think so.
No, not when you're not.
You never get the real figures.
The whole part about it is predominantly a cash business.
That's all it is cash.
Yeah. So, they're gonna have a set of books for the government, and and for others with an interested parties, but.
There was in actual fact, in the business that I had, Johnny, there was actually in Indonesia. There was no books required. You You just went along and paid the rent to somebody and opened up a business and income. The only thing you had to pay was a couple of dollars a month to the government. You had a sticker on your glass.
Yeah,
your business.
your business in registration.
Yeah, and they come along, collected some money for their pick up the rubbish and the bins outside, and basically that was it. It's free for all. There's no tax man, no nothing. It was just free for all.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I had a business in the Philippines for quite a few years.
But we're talking, Johnny. I know where you come from, and I'm sorry to butt in, but the business that I was into was obviously a sex industry, and it was it was highly illegal but highly open.
Yeah.
So there was no policing. There was no, unless anything went wrong or somebody walked in your premises who was drunk and caused a huge argument, and then they had to get the tourist police in and all that shit, which was very rare in the sex industry because people who are in that industry, the people who go to that industry don't want to cause fucking problems anyway. So, yeah. But anyway, sorry to interrupt you. Go back to your.
Yeah, well, like I said, with the business registration, it was I think every 6 months in the Philippines. But as far as the your little city hall thing, they'd ask for some small jobs to get done. In other words, they asking for a freebie. And we used to do them. And it wasn't a lot of money, but the whole part about it, if somebody was putting in plans for something or, where they had to, and they would suggest our company would do the building for them. So it was a bit of hand in hand,
Yeah.
It wasn't too bad. It ran really, really good when I was there, but when I wasn't there, it was a bit different. I can tell you that now.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I had cameras in the. That's a fucking another story.
So now you're on that story. How much does Pornhub pay for an upload?
Well, the thing is that like, do you want to listen to some fucking dribble or not? Like, I walked up there one day and I said to the guy, I want this camera put here, I want this camera put there, and all that shit. Just remember, I'm running a fucking brothel, right?
Yeah.
So I go out and have lunch. I come back, and the guy's got these cameras over the fucking beds. And I said to him, mate, you can't do that. He said, oh, yeah, but there's better position for cameras. I said, no, I want the cameras over the till, and I want the cameras on the front door. You can't put cameras on the beds where people get massages because it's just not ethical and it's not fucking right, But they just decide to do what they fucking want to do. You tell them where to put it, and they go, no, this is a better way, sir. And I go, oh, fuck me. Like, it's just so fucking hard. Like, I ordered one of those signs. It's a neon sign, and left to right. You're walking down the street, come get your hair done, nails, and all that stuff. So that took about 4 weeks to get up there, and they put it up. And when they put it up, it was only one-sided. and I said to the guy, look, we're walking up and down the street here. I ordered a sign that when you're walking from one side of the street, the other side of the street, you can see it both ways, so the actual movement of the words are coming across and all that stuff. And he said, oh, sorry, sir. Another 3 weeks later, it comes back, the sign's up. But to actually, it was 3 months to get a sign up what I wanted to get up. And just the English, it's the same in Thailand. Like Indonesia is just, you have to be there. You have to point. You have to explain. You have to show them how to weld. You have to show them how to do this stuff. Mind you, when I'm saying that, they're beautiful people. Don't get me wrong, but no wonder they shit in a hole on the ground. Fuck me. And they don't have to.
Yeah, I went to Bali when I was younger, as you do. I didn't like Kuta and stuff like that, and I went up to Sam. I don't even remember the name, but probably Sam. Up in the top left-hand corner, up in the mountains, and I quite enjoyed it. But it wasn't long, and then all the rest of the knuckleheads decided that was a good place. So you couldn't get. It got to the stage you couldn't get away from them. So I just didn't go there anymore. But,
Sorry.
But I will admit, there's a couple of people on YouTube that I do follow, and they've done a bit of stuff on Bali within the last month, and there's a fair, tourism really back, and probably better than it was prior to the disease we had to have.
Yeah. Look, all I can say from my experiences within Indonesia, Bali especially, is that I actually found by doing what I did, I found more local people. Like I would go out to places and sleep in their houses, like that have got no toilets, no running water. They cook fish outside on the ground on rocks, which I pay for, and you always pay for when you're a tourist, and or a Westerner, and you go and when you go right out to nowhere, and you got a couple of dollars, and these people can't speak English. You got to have somebody who speaks English with you. And I met some absolutely beautiful families, beautiful cultures, that just live on nothing. But they might have an ox and they're ploughing up the ground. I've seen people. I've gone in 1 month, and this guy ploughing up a ground by hand, digging ground by hand. Gone back 3 months later, and he's done 2 acres, 3 acres by hand, and planted shit by hand, all by hand.
Yeah.
And you just sit there and you go, what the fuck am I worried about my power bill for?
And that's the other one. They haven't. A lot of those places haven't got electricity. They'll use candles.
Yeah. And
the firewood. And when the sun goes down, they go to bed. When the sun comes up, they get up.
But and they do, and it really opens up your eyes as a person who's never been out to, like, you can be a tourist and you can be a tourist, but if you've never been out to these places where you're actually taken out by a local, and invited into their properties and to see the way that they live is fucking extraordinary. But you've also got to remember when you go out there, I can buy 10 kilos of fish for $15 and feed the whole village, and all of a sudden you become fucking God, because you're a white man and you're out there and you're feeding all these people for like basically $50 a week. You're feeding 20 people, and you're going, like, I can't even buy a packet of cigarettes for that shit.
G'day, Stephen. How you doing?
Here you go. G'day.
So
That's the thing. Economies in different places, cost and scale.
Well, I just also think that unless people have actually travelled and done what I've done and what you guys have done, because you've been out there and done it, you don't get the respect. No, you don't. What am I trying to say? Hang on.
You don't have the respect. But some people view it. Some people view it as stupidity. Where realistically, a lot of it's a lifestyle choice.
You went to Ubud, did you, Johnny? Up in the mountains.
Yeah.
Bali.
Top left hand corner.
I spent. I went there for one day, mate, and I couldn't handle all the dogs. Ow, at night, they were barking and doing whatever they do.
And
Well, they don't do that for long. That's tomorrow's dinner.
And then I was in the room and there's this strange noise and I couldn't handle it, mate. I booked it for 3 nights and I just left. I turned on the lights. What do they call them? Toucans or whatever they're friggin' called in the room up the ceiling. Oh, mate, see you later.
You fucking big
Not a bad spot anyway. Oh, yeah.
Talk back Thailand. Why is Man About Oz banned? He's not. Man About Oz is not banned. He was on the channel last night. Wednesday night. That was.
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't end up where I am like in Australia. The amount of noises we get at night, holy shit. Different animals making
Read the
all sorts
private. Sorry, mate. Read the private chat, John.
Oh, all right. I'm away with the fairies. Yeah.
The rest of them are.
I'm just trying to clear me camera up here. I was going to give you guys a bit of a shot with my ugly fucking mug, actually.
Really?
I've already seen it, Tony.
Yeah, but
Fresh
you've only seen the arse end, Johnny. You haven't seen the good end.
I did.
It gets better, doesn't it?
Jeff sent me some photos of you in the shower.
Good old Jeffrey. Good old Jeffrey. See, there goes.
The chat, Stephen.
Still there. Fucking,
Yeah.
Don't know what the hell is going on there. Anyway,
Just those numbers I gave you, John.
Yeah.
We got bloody curlews and friggin' fox vixens and all sorts of shit making all sorts of screaming noises all night at my joint in Australia, Steve Clark. Who's the Furious Wank?
Is that correct, Stephen?
But not saying, mate. Have a look at the private.
Yeah, in the chat.
How's it going, Stephen? Good. That good's me. 1, 2, 3, 4 is me, and the rest. The other one, who is Man About Oz? Why is Man About Oz banned? Is not me. There you go. It was just a little rundown.
Done and dusted. There you go, boys.
Fantastic.
I am a human
Oh,
being
look at that.
and drinking
Oh, handsome
job.
man. Handsome
That's,
man.
homemade scotch, by the way.
Oh,
Homo, Scott.
Mm.
No, they made scotch just for homos.
I haven't heard that fucking word for years, homos. You're not allowed to use it, are you?
I use it all the time. Not me using it. That's a lot of black noise.
Well, that means you can't use puffer anymore either then.
Yeah, well,
Are we going to get back into the political fucking bullshit that goes on in life?
Not really.
we do that.
Now, if we have a conversation Monday next week, we might be on a very political line, depending on who gets in.
Well, elections.
Yeah, the erections.
For which,
Some of
which
you will get
state?
shafted. Victoria state elections mate, this
Oh,
week.
you let pedantic bastards back in. Don't worry about it.
Well, I don't know what party the Rennick guy is in, but he'd certainly get my vote.
He's not.
Danny's name, isn't it?
He's not here.
Oh, he's not where you're at?
No.
He's one of the few I seen taking him to task over the jib jab and the face mask and the lockdowns and all that shit. So
Yeah, well.
What we need, Robert, is someone to get him and smash him in the tits. That's what we need.
Have you got elections coming up there, Johnny, in Victoria?
Yeah, this weekend, mate. This weekend.
Compulsory or just general?
No, it's state government election. It is compulsory.
Okay.
Even dickheads get to vote.
So you're going to get fined if you don't vote? Because I thought
if you don't vote, you get fined. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was only in federal elections, because we just had state elections. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, we just had council elections here, and I didn't vote, and but for state elections and federal elections, yeah, you have to vote, otherwise you're fined. So you must do what you have to do, otherwise the government's going to make money out of you.
Or you're in the do.
Sorry?
You must do what you got to do.
Well, it's a dictatorship, really, isn't it? Like in America, you don't have to vote if you don't want to, but here in Australia, if you don't vote, you get fined. That's it.
It should not be compulsory.
Compulsory is something stupid because all the mouth breathers that don't have a clue go and vote for friggin' Labor and shit.
Yeah. See, if I went and voted now, I wouldn't even know what I'm voting for. I just don't watch it. So what's the point in me voting? You know, or
That's
just,
right.
you know, and if you don't vote for anybody, I believe it goes to the party in power. Is that correct?
Correct.
No. Well,
Yeah.
it basically it on the two-party preferred, percentage of vote goes to that one. Yeah, but the whole part about it is, like I say, that was a brilliant thing they did on Sky News, and then there was another one on Channel 9 News about the the Victorian Electoral Commission, the way things could happen if you paid the right kind of money, with the way they did the voting system. So the whole lot of it wants to be thrown out. Should be first past the post. That's it.
Preferential voting's a joke. There should be no such thing as a majority government. It should be whoever's elected into whatever seat's elected into that seat. If there's something before government, everyone votes. That's it.
The thing is, if there's 200 votes cast, and 100, the ones in front on that single vote, none of this preference bullshit. Just bang, that's it.
Yeah, you're right, Johnny. It should be one vote, one voice. That's it.
Yeah.
None of this bullshit about the preferences and I'm going to put my vote elsewhere and put my vote elsewhere and we'll move there. The Greens can support the fucking Labor or the Labor. It's just it should be one voice, one vote. End of story.
Yeah.
Well, that's a truism across the planet. The party system needs to go. Every politician should stand on their own 2 feet. If they can't, get them the fuck out of there.
Precisely. And they should be only going into Congress, Parliament, whatever your country's got, and voting as their constituents want them to vote.
Correct.
Do you reckon that Trump will get back in?
Yeah.
I hope so.
I want to say yes, but I can't say for sure because, man, let me tell you, there's a lot of shit going on behind the scenes.
I would imagine it.
Do you know we have one of our richest, the richest person in Australia,
Gina Reinhardt.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Standing behind Trump.
Yeah, right.
Well, the thing is, if she stood in front of him, no one would see him. The barge ass bitch.
But that just goes to show you that this lady who's the richest person in Australia, I mean she's worth billions. As she wanted to bring in people from Indonesia, Asia, and all that stuff. She wants the minimum wage in mining, and give me a break. Like, why would a person who is so fucking rich want to screw her employees? Why? I don't understand that shit.
Because it guarantees them to stay rich.
They're on a planet all to themselves, them sort of people.
Yep.
Well, in a way, Tony, she had a big thing, against secondhand rose.
Well, yeah.
So realistically, she's prejudiced. And like I say, she's a dictator. She never worked for nothing. Lang Hancock was the one that did all the work and took all the,
Has she had any pups at all?
Pardon?
Has she had any pups?
Yeah, she's got a couple of daughters, and she screwed them with the wall too. She gave them fuck all. There was a big thing here in Australia.
Oh yeah, there was a series, wasn't there?
And she I think she had 2 girls and a boy. Correct me if I'm wrong, everybody. I might be wrong. And she just said, "You can all get fucked. Here's $1.50." And she did that. She did that to her kids, and she's a multi-billionaire. It went to court. It went to courts for years and years.
Yeah. Now I remember.
Because the kids contested it and said, "Well, hang on a minute. We're owed more than this from one company, more than this from another company." And she just said, "Get fucked. You can get $1.50 each." Don't quote me on that, but that's the way it sort of worked out. How can you have a woman that can treat her own sons and daughters with billions of dollars and say, here's $100,000 each, fuck off, that's all you're getting. And that's all they got. they got fuck all out of it.
There's
got-
four kids.
Yeah.
Four kids
But she
and
tried-
three girls and a boy.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
You know, she tried to. Yeah, she contested her father's will, which gave her all the companies and all that kind of stuff. But she wanted the house where Rose, who looked after, Gina's father, quite well until the day he died. He said, well, the house is yours and an allowance is yours. And Gina tried to screw her for that. She didn't like second-hand Rose.
Jeez,
Look,
daughters are quite attractive. Whatever, man. Jesus Christ.
Well, guys, if I might interrupt, because I'm her fourth cousin, and I've got bugger all from her.
Yeah, but you deserve bugger all.
What's a fourth cousin? Does that even register? That would be the ships coming over from England.
I'm just trying to work out. Sage, were you a 2 pound pommy or something? Well, I'm trying to do the figures in my head, but it's not working.
Well, it's like after a corroboree. There's a few bones laying around.
Second cousin to my grandfather.
All right. So we've never seen you on camera. So you actually look like Gina Reinhardt.
No, I look like Rose 40. Just like under the filter.
Oh, geez. Check out her daughters. They're not bad at all.
But anyway, the whole argument was not argument, but discussion here. And this is what
we know now why Zeke weighs 240 kilograms. It's genetic.
Which foot's that?
Anyway, guys, I've got to go. I have to say goodnight, but I've been on here probably an hour more than what I should have. And this is why I really enjoy this show, because it's just the conversation goes from left to right, right to left. It changes. It's been very good tonight. No arguments, no problems, no hassles. Topics are different. They change as somebody makes a comment. So anyway, good night, guys. Thank you very much for having me on.
Thanks for coming along, Tony.
See you, Tony.
Okay, bye-bye, guys.
You gonna make it there, Johnny?
Yeah, he just turned off his mic. You say it like you're disappointed, Zeke.
We haven't heard you cough yet, Clark.
Oh, I know. I hit the mute button before.
You don't want anyone to know you're vulnerable.
Yeah, fucking vulnerable, right? I'm just fucking around doing music at the moment.
Oh, yeah? I went to the music shop today.
Yeah. You know what I bought over in the Philippines once? I bought a 12-string guitar. It wasn't too bad.
Yeah, right.
Oh, speaking of that, guys, I uploaded my 4 to StreamYards. So
yeah,
if you ever want to play one that's not, is not absolutely not copyrighted, my 4 are on here.
Oh, okay. Fuck, that was hard to do. Heard it through the grapevine. Jesus.
Well, there used to be a lot of Aria guitars. Remember the Aria guitars? Aria Pro?
Aria. Oh, yeah.
Everyone was playing they were like the poor man's Fender and the poor man's Super Strat sort of thing in the 80s.
Yeah.
Well, there was a Aria Telecaster in the shop here for about, 17,000 peso, whatever that comes to. And yeah, it played damn nice, but I couldn't be bothered buying it because I'm going to try and work out how to get that.
There's
the acoustic 12-string was good.
There's a guy in Philippines there that builds custom ones there, Zeke. I can't remember his name, but They look good. I don't know if they play good, but they damn sure look good.
Well, from my experience taking guitars home, everything on them changes when you get home because of the different humidity and
Well, yeah,
different
absolutely.
It's like
You're definitely gonna have to do a full setup and a reflat of the neck for sure.
yeah, everything. Yeah.
That's to be expected.
Yeah, so I put it down to whatever you spend on the guitar here, you're probably spending a little over that again, and up the way you want when you get home. If you take it to a luthier, do it yourself. Obviously, it's cheaper because you just whatever, yeah, do it yourself.
I don't know. I'm finding the ones with the carbon fiber inserts beside the truss rods.
Yeah, carbon rods are good. Yeah,
definitely holding up against temperature and humidity changes.
yeah. Well, that's what all my specs got in the necks and the Warwicks. They've all got the bases. They've all got carbon rods in the neck.
Yep.
And they do, like you say, they hold up well.
They're good. You haven't got any nose diving then.
Well, they're just yeah. I remember back in the day.
I put some. Oh, sorry. Go on, mate. Go on, Dig.
Earlier on, my mates were all obsessed with sound gear basses back in the day, all my other bass playing mates, and they're probably well and good, before you ship them from America to here, but they were never ever looked after properly on the way over, and the music shops were shit. So by the time you got the thing in your house, the neck looked like a banana.
Yeah. I've got to put Stratocaster. I put those Fender locking nuts on it.
Yep.
Yep. It's a good nosediver now. Fuck, they're heavy. Those tuners.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I got a garage. They're heavy. They got heavy hardware on them too, but they've made out of nice solid timber, so they don't tend to. The balance is good.
Mm. You got into the Paul Warner, isn't it, Robert? The new guitar, they're making a bit of it. It's really like Bolswood. Jesus, brilliant.
Yeah, I wonder what it's like for sustain if it's that light.
Yeah, don't notice any difference. But I put the Fender tuners on it, mate. Does it nosedive? Woo.
Oh well, it would. It's that light. I'm interested in there's a 90s. I'm interested in the
bodies.
guitar.
Sorry, go on, mate. What did you say?
Oh, the guitarist from the Melbournes. He plays all aluminium guitars. The entire guitar is aluminium. I'm keen as shit to get one. They sound just meaty as.
The body on the Strat, like the normal one's about 3 kilos, I think. I'm not sure. No, but 2.5 probably. And the Paul Warner, isn't it? It weighs half a kilo.
Yeah, right.
Brilliant.
Well, they make it out of Polonia.
How did you say it?
Polonia,
yeah. Oh, I paid about $80 for it.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's good. I gave up trying to give it a gloss finish. I just sprayed it flat black.
I should have waxed it. Beeswax it.
Yeah, maybe on the next one.
That's one way to give yourself RSI. One of my bases that I used to own was beeswax sealed, and it was giving it a polish with something else.
Really? Anyway, a bit of fun.
I don't know. The one I'm working on right now is going to be cherry back and flame maple top, super strat.
Yeah.
I've just a total bitch for Telecasters. I'll just have to have Telecasters now.
Yeah, but I want dual humbuckers. I don't want single coil shit.
Same as you. But have you seen those micro humbuckers now you can buy that take up the space of the old single coils?
Yeah. You get those and you get stacked ones too, but they still don't hold a candle to a
humbucker. No, nice tight hand around.
Yeah.
I'm a Telecaster man. Love those fucking things.
Yeah, they're nice and belly. I don't have one that's with single coils, so I wouldn't mind buying one with single coils, but everything else of mine's humbucker. You're right, Robert. Like, I played a bit of a bit of a grunge tune today in the shop and trying to get that screaming solo stuff going on where it's just full of meat as well. It's impossible. You get all the squeak and you get none of the bark.
Right.
You got any with P90s in them?
No, I've got all Duncans and DiMarzios and everything more.
Oh, Duncan's. Where'd you steal them from?
Oh, mate used to work at the music shop, so he just swapped everything for me. Only ones that have got standard pickups are my PRSs because I've got the PRS standard pickups.
Oh, PRS, yeah. Yeah, well.
And I thought about trying doing a carved top Strat style, you know.
Oh, yeah. I hate flat. So I love carved stuff. Contoured bodies are sexy. You don't get a woman with a flat.
Oh, I agree.
There we go. I never said nothing. It wasn't me that did it.
Yeah, that's mine.
What the hell is that?
Looks like a little travel guitar.
So slide.
Or a lap steel, yeah.
Lap steel.
Yeah, I got one sitting in the back room made in 1942.
Jeez, that's an answer.
And it's got all the original electronics.
If you got papers to prove it, that thing be worth the dollar.
You'd have valves in it, wouldn't it?
Well, it needs a little love, but I've been offered a fair penny for it. But I've always been wanting to get it to somebody that can do it more justice than I can because I don't want to mess with that old electronics.
Yeah,
because it all still works. That's the thing. I don't want to fuck it up. But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I could sell it and throw me another Super Strat in there, but
what you did was 100% correct, John.
You know what guitar I want to buy? There's a Hagstrom Phantomus guitar, and I don't fancy how they play or how they sound, but I'd love to buy one.
I'm familiar with Hagstrom, but not that model.
I want to change out the pickups and get it worked so it plays and sounds how I want it to.
I'm trying to get my hands on a Les Paul Ultra 3. You heard about them?
No,
I'm familiar with Les Paul.
I'm ignorant about Les Pauls because I hate them.
Don't be nasty.
You're thinking about his balls, not Paul.
No, they got a just behind the neck. They got a little pickup in the acoustic one, and they got auto tuning on it. Or not auto tuning. They got tuner down in the pickup. Yeah, quite good. And they're they plug straight into the computer with stereo.
There's a guitar called Line 6 Variacs, and I've thought about buying one purely for the sake that you can just mess with them big time. Like they're completely programmable piezo pickups and everything. You don't even have to change. Just play it as if you change the tuning, which would shit me off because usually when I'm playing loud enough to cover the noise of the guitar. And
I will tell you, Zeke, it's made by Line 6. I've played one,
right.
And they can change the tuning as long as you can ignore what you're hearing from the strings, which is really hard.
That's what I'm saying. It just absolute shits because you're constantly hearing hearing your own.
Well, it's not that, is you can feel it. You know, you feel the vibrations in the string.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
Like
it piss you off.
Yeah, when they're clashing, holy shit, do they clash? And it's a hard thing to ignore if you like I do a lot of improvisation by ear. And oh man, that just messes my world right up.
Yeah, there's a guy here in Australia, and he's in a metal band called 12 Foot Ninja, and they're brilliant, but it's such rehearsed, programmed to the T music that it probably doesn't shit into tears because everything's so, clinical anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you mean. You have to put up with the difference between the strings and hearing. Because you change how you play. I mean, if you bust out drop D or drop C, E sharp, or whatever you're doing, it changes the feel of how you're playing completely.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
And I
get it
actually
later.
love
I
it.
heard it through the grapevine, mate. I've dropped D and oh Jesus Christ.
Wasn't there a song
Well-
about that? I heard it through the grapevine.
Yeah, it's done in all different keys. You try to do the
Well,
lead
this is
break
why
and it's all out of fucking tune.
Well, I'll tell you what, Stephen Clark, I did 6 years of classical piano when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So I learned all the theory, and I was an A student with it. I was passed every
Oh, yeah?
grade with honours and everything.
Oh, that's good.
But
Yeah, I've heard you play. Yeah.
when it comes to guitars and bass, I never bothered with the theory because as soon as you change all your
Yeah.
tuning, it's just like, oh, fuck, forget it.
Well,
It's all over the place.
Same.
If you know the
If
If
foundation.
you, look, sorry for picking on that song, but if you try and sing "Heard It Through the Grapevine," you can't sing it. It's too fucking high. John Fogerty had he could sing
I've heard
anything.
you.
So I've had
heard
to
you.
lower the fucking. Sorry.
I've heard you squeak and squeal on here. You'd be able to sing it.
Yeah. Oh no, I did try and do it in his key, and fucking mate, Jesus, the dog hasn't come back yet.
Well,
Well, zip
know yourself doing drop A, you'll be able to sing it piece to fifth.
Yeah, well, just simple. Zip out the clothesline, grab a couple of your mum's pegs, put them on your sack, and that'll give you a higher voice.
Yeah. He was an incredible singer, that guy. Seriously. Yeah, well.
Yeah. Well, what if you talk
A bit of
about
fun.
voice, look at Barry Gibb.
Well, see, that's all
No.
falsetto.
Mm.
That's all falsetto, that. So that's not like proper singing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well,
But,
you
you
have
know.
to define proper singing, though, Zeke. I mean,
Well, it's not singing,
What Zieg calls proper singing is deliverance.
What I call proper singing is just like proper. If you're going to sing high, belt. Don't squeak like a freaking Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh, yeah. A lot of the most of the fun. Well, I'll pick it on John Fogerty again. He learned how to sing like that because he didn't have a microphone. And they used to play and they didn't have a mic. They used to scream yell out the song, and that's how he learned to do that. But geez, his fucking voice, God.
Well,
Yeah.
if you shit, what's the name of the group? Fuck, it just left me brain. Aerosmith.
Yeah.
Steven Tyler.
Yeah, Steven
What's his
Tyler.
name? Yeah. Liz Tyler's dad, yeah.
But like he looks like he's given the microphone a head job.
Never been really into him.
I like it when he was on 2.5 Men living down from Charlie Sheen, and all they could hear from his apartment was.
No, it wasn't that Ozzy Osbourne?
No.
He was-
Osborne can freaking sing.
Well, he hit it from the people pretty well.
He can hit Ozzy Osbourne, mate. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Who was another screamer? Oh, Barnesy. Barnesy was Australian. So, he's kind of Australian, but yeah.
Scottish bastard.
AC/DC, except
No, he was Scottish. Barnesy was Scottish, mate.
AC/DC's latest singer, that's
He's a
squealing,
pom. He's a pom.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Well,
All the
who's their
band's crummy
latest?
now.
Because Brian Johnson lost his hearing, and then Axl Rose took over.
oh god,
Well, that's
And then
going
what?
backwards.
He's
Well,
all right.
that's I don't know, but it's the same as the Little River Band when Glenn Shorrock
Sure.
kind of stepped out and they got Johnny Farnham in. Well, totally the wrong move,
You reckon?
and they just went. They ended up a car crash in the Little River.
What do you got against car crashes?
You know, Johnny Farnham's biggest hit was Sadie the cleaning lady, for Christ's sake. You know.
What a world around us.
You know.
What about taking the pressure down a bit, Johnny? It's getting a bit serious in here.
No. It's the world around us. It is the world around us.
You just got to ride along like a push bike.
Oh, the push bike. That's Steve Perrin's song. The push bike song. Yeah.
Steve Perrin.
Yeah. Down, up, pedal, down, down. Got to get to the greengrocers or the grog shop on the other side of town before the sun goes down.
I thought one of the good ones, Johnny, was Easy Beats. What was his name? Stevie Wright. Was it Stevie Wright? Yeah, he was good. That scratching little voice.
Leo Sayer.
I reckon Robert Cigarette would sing a solo.
No, that's I got a Polaroid camera.
Yeah. And Robert is in the feeling, so he takes pictures. It's so he can sing the song Memories later on.
Yeah.
Well, I got to have something to jerk off to.
Yeah,
really.
That's it.
Take that out between your legs.
I gave up on that years ago.
What's that?
Jerking off.
Taking photos? Bullshit. I'd like to go through your camera on your phone.
Well, you ought to see the ones I send to Zeke.
Oh, jeez. Well, I just about knocked this flipping out on its head.
What's that?
I just finished a 40-ounce San Miguel.
40 ounce? What,
Yeah.
280 ml bottle?
No, it's a big, what do you call 40? You know, the big ones.
Yeah, it's about 280 mil, or 375, something like that, Laura.
Fucking good drop that.
Good ounces.
Good drop that.
I didn't mind the old San Miguel Pilsen, that is.
That's the one I've got. Yeah, pale pills.
Yeah,
Pilsen,
yeah. I preferred it because San Miguel Light is not light.
No, it's 5%.
Yeah, the Pilsen's okay, but it goes through you like a dose of Epsom salts.
Can't even see on this bottle. It doesn't even have it. Oh, yeah, 5%.
Yeah, but
it says on San Miguel beer, a truly satisfying beer with a refined, well-balanced flavour, perfected and brewed over a century-old tradition of brewing excellence.
Oh, wow. I have to get one.
Yeah, but if you have a big night on that, mate, you don't want to go too far away from a toilet.
No, probably not.
I can tell you that from experience.
I'll just keep waking the missus up going to the dunny later on.
Yeah, the Filipinos like a beer, don't they?
The blokes do, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Red Horse, which is what, 7% or some bloody thing. And they won.
Duration about 6-7%, yeah.
Yeah, and they wonder why they're maggoted by bloody dinner time.
Yeah, not just that. Why do I need dialysis now that I'm 60 years old? Well, I wonder why.
Yeah. Or the other one is the Tupa. You tried the Tupa?
Which one's that? The coconut shit?
Yeah, the coconut one. Yeah.
Because that's full of methanol. Drinking method. I'm not drinking method. Save anyone.
And by the the thing is, you can run your motorbike on the bloody shit.
Well, it's full of methanol, Johnny, because they don't filter it. They just open the coconut up and it's sweet.
Yeah, well, they climb up the tree, drill a hole in the coconut, put a heap of sugar in it, seal up the hole, and let it ferment for about 3 months, and then bring the coconut down.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, you're kidding.
The sun does all the Yeah.
Has
Not
your
much. You know, how you doing?
Zeke, has your little woman been to Australia before?
No.
Oh man.
No,
So
they've got a train at the moment. There's an automatic washing machine in the condo, so she's getting used to the technology we've got in Australia.
All right.
No, do what I did. Take the wife down the river and say, pick out your own rock, baby.
That's not shit. It's
All right,
peanut butter.
All right. That's a little wrong.
Oh, shit.
Oh God.
But she said to me, you've got a washing machine. And I said, yeah, I've got a washing machine, but you haven't.
How's the song go? You got to be cruel to be kind.
Yeah.
For laughs, eh? What?
But, you know, the whole part about it. The first time she kind of, I got to do me wash it. How do I do that? And I said, well, you put the basket in the back of the car. And she kind of looked like, hang on. I said, well, we're going to take you down the river. So I don't want, you know, I want you to be comfortable, you know.
Bar of soap, a rock, and a clean stick, you reckon?
Yeah, you got to have your seat, your little seat. You know, you can sit there with your scrub and brush and your rock and the bar of soap. Yeah, that's it.
My daughter, bless her, she tried to. I had some of that Ariel soap in the bars from here in the Philippines, gets the stains out.
Yeah.
She got some stains in one of her spaghetti stains in one of her shirts, pinching some dinner, you know, leftovers we're going to have for dinner the next night because I was being lazy bastard cooking. Anyway, she got a heap of spaghetti stains on her shirt and wanted to hide it, so she went down to grandmother's place, went down their house and got this bloody Ariel soap and the wash drop and tried to clean it all out. She scrubbed these holes into her shirt.
Yeah,
right.
that's got caustic soda in that shit.
Scrubbed the holes clean through her bloody shirt.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Got to use acetone on it.
Yeah, there's no evidence then. If there's a big hole, there's no evidence.
Yeah, I'll laugh because if you want to use that stuff to clean a stain, you get the tiniest bit of it because, geez, it fizzes up. Like bleach.
Oh, buddy.
Who's blowing bubbles?
You'd remember the old velvet soap.
Yep.
Big bars. Yeah.
My uncle used to work in the Kimberley, and I remember going up as a kid to go visit him, and we're doing something highly illegal in the Fitzroy River, which is catching cherubin. You're not allowed to use soap, and velvet soap was the best one. If you put the soap in the cathedral nets and threw it in there, you wouldn't be able to pull the net out of the water, that much bloody cherubin in there. If anyone has cherubin is a freshwater prawn thing that gets about, I don't know, 8 inches long.
Freshwater, huh?
Yeah, they're bloody nice. Good eating, they're sweet. Yeah.
I always used to steer away from the larger size prawn because they'd be a little bit tougher and they weren't quite as sweet. But you know, traveling around in Southeast Asia, you know, you can get some fair sized bloody prawns there, and they're quite nice.
Well,
just see the ones here from Thailand, Johnny. I've got some beauties here from Thailand. They melt in your mouth like a rotten fish.
I wonder what breed of prawn.
Well, you pick them up, they're sort of made of rubbery. You got any fresh ones? Jesus.
Yeah, they're freshly defrosted.
The only regret I got, Johnny, is they don't have prawns in Australia. We should start farming them or something like that.
Well, they do, but there was
I know they do.
The thing going back a few years ago with the white spot thing, and a lot of them were up in Queensland, and the Department of Agriculture made them friggin' kill them all.
Yeah.
Why?
And yet, and it was because
go on, John. Go on.
it was because the Department of Agriculture has said, "Oh, you know, there's this problem." They weren't doing their job.
Well, there's two main species of prawn that are fished in Australia, and it's banana and tiger prawns.
Yeah.
They're
All that
bloody
goes overseas, though, Zig.
Well, it didn't used to. The West Australia had south of Port Hedland somewhere, and that was all tiger prawns.
Mm.
And there's a lot of what the bloody was the name of the joint up near in Queensland side of Gulf of Carpentaria.
Cairns,
anyway, there's joint.
Whatever.
No, it's on that's on the Pacific coast. No, the bloody in the Gulf of Carpentaria side. Anyway, that joint, that there used to be a massive banana prawn fishery there too. Kalis bought it out, and Kalis was starting to send it all overseas. But whoever used to run it before was all local. Went to all local supermarkets and fish markets.
Yeah.
But
now it all goes overseas, and we get all the shit.
Well,
there was an indigenous one, but like down here, when the prawns are running, you know, I'd go to Port Albert, and you can use a scoop net. But I actually bought home a throw net from Thailand. That works really, really good.
Yeah, well, like where I'm at, those are highly illegal.
Yeah, they are. But the thing is,
which I think is stupid. But
you take you know a couple of decent casts.
When you're done.
I'm not the one to keep going all bloody night and catch, you know, that many that you can't eat and then start selling them. I'll catch a feed and job's done. If I want another feed a couple of days later, you go back. But you could follow them up the coast a bit. And you'd eat as many prawns. You'd eat them till you were sick of them. And virtually that was kind of it for another year. But it's throw nets are fun.
We have so many resources here, John. You know, in Thailand they've got this thing called like a yabby. Right, they've got virtually the same thing, but it hasn't got the claws.
They have because it's been imported from here.
Yeah, they breed them inland and they sell them as gung, which is prawns. This country has that many fucking opportunities they don't use. You know, we could do that on an industrial scale, but they don't do it. Can't work it out.
You know, the thing is, don't forget we've got the Department of Everything, including the department that don't care. That where that regulated. When I was up in Cooktown, I actually met up the bloke, and when I was talking to him at Sale, he used to have a yabby farm, and the Department of Know Everything came in and kind of said, "Oh no, you can't do this, you can't do that," and all, and you know, compliance for your license. And he said, "I don't need a freaking license," and they said, "Oh yes, you do," and you know, and he just said, "Well, fuck it, then," you know.
Yep.
That's the way.
So Robert, I want to say to Robert, in Western Australia, Robert, Johnny's just mentioned yabbies. In Western Australia, we've got 3 freshwater crustaceans that are frequently grown in dams. And it's yabbies, kunaks, and marron. And the natural water streams also carry jilgies, but they all dig their way out of a dam, so they're bloody useless. And all of them are bloody beautiful eating. It's like crawfish.
The blue marron is lovely.
Yep, which is what I used to grow, but the bloody drought killed them all 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
I had hundreds of them.
Yeah, that was the thing. You've got to virtually line your dam with friggin' concrete. so they don't tunnel out, and put a net over it. Put a net over it so the birds don't bloody get them.
Yeah, and then spend all fucking every second day going down there with 12 gauge, making sure the shitty ass ducks don't crap all that green shit and black shit all through your dam.
Oh, mate, I remember we used to have the wood ducks.
That's the ones that pop green gillies. Yeah, them pieces of snot. Yeah, they're the one.
Yeah, and you know they used to say, "Oh, you can't shoot them."
That's the one. WA.
Hang on, we're north of the Latrobe River. Everything is game, and the whole part of it. I'd had, you know, you'd be coming into the grass is growing all right, everything's fine, and you'd get all these ducks coming in, and they start eating. Well, they're really a goose, but they start eating the grass, and if you didn't control them, they'd eat it all. But the thing is, they shit in the dam and poison the water, so your cattle had nothing to drink.
That's right. Yep, exactly what they do. And let me tell you, Robert, they explode with all sorts of hilarity when you shoot them with a hollow point 5.56.
That's just wrong, Zeke.
The thing
Jesus
is,
Christ.
the
Oh,
thing
look
is
at the
when you
oh my God. I've got
when
pet
you-
ducks. Fuck.
when you get one of these ducks, you know you pluck it and you gut it and all the rest of it. And
Oh,
the best idea is you boil it, or warm water until the meat comes up, shrinks up the leg a little bit, and then you put it in the oven and just brown it over. But to gauge the cooking process, you put a quart stone in there, and when the stone's soft, you pull the stone out, eat that, and throw the fucking duck away.
That's right. Exactly right. Yep. These things, Robert, we're not exaggerating how much of a pain in the arse these things. Like in WA, we've got a shitload of ducks, just same as the rest of the country. Australia's actually got a lot of native ducks, different breeds and all that. But these maned geese have thrived because they eat things that the other ducks don't eat. The other ducks primarily, insects and grubs and bloody shit like that, whereas the maned geese eat grain. So they've just gone apeshit with modern farming and everything.
Yeah,
I went to one, and there would have been about 1,700 of these freaking things on one dam. And my mate knows, did his gun license, so he knows you're not allowed to do ducks, blah, 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 in WA. We got to this farm, and there's about 1,700 of them on this valley dam. And he goes, fuck, wish we could shoot those. And I said, we can. And he goes, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, they're maned geese, mate. They're not ducks. Oh, I've never seen a bloke reload and unload a shotgun so quick in all my life.
Yeah, but the thing is, I used to put out poison wheat.
Yes, yep.
But the trouble is, they just shit it out. They don't shit out lead shot though.
Well, not no, that's right. It's always funny when you shoot into a big mob of them because they'll just turn the sky black, Robert, when they take off above you if there's enough of them.
Hundreds.
You fire a few
Hundreds
shots, and then you watch about 40 hit the deck, and then about another 17 will hit the deck within 100 to 500 meters of your location.
Turn them into jerky. They make good jerky.
Oh, they make good fox bait. I know that. I'll go and put strychnine in them, and the foxes have a bad tummy.
oh, you're a murderer.
Oh, bloody oath, mate! Yeah, yep. All the little foxy loxies, they get it bad.
I take it you're on a farm.
Stephen Clark, yeah. Yeah, I actually want to do about another 10 jobs. I guess I want to put in about 4 more dams, and I want to interconnect them, and I want to start breeding fish.
What kind of fish?
I'm in the middle of trying to get my cousin, who is in the local fisheries department to get me an exemption for redfin perch, because in WA, well, most of Australia, in fact, they're a declared pest, so you're not allowed to move them, sell them, do anything. But if they're in clear water, not murky water, they taste beautiful. They're just like eating snapper out of the ocean. But the they grow huge too. You know, it doesn't take long to grow them to 4 to 7 pounds. And they're just really nice, clean white meat. I've successfully bred them before, but I don't have dams deep enough, so I just want to put in some real deep, like I say, 4 or 5, probably they work out to about 5,000 yard dams, but they'll just be very deep. I know where the clay is deep enough on the property to do it.
When I was in Thailand, Zig, I was going to breed those.
Tilapia?
No, no, aquarium one. I can't remember the name of it.
Finger mark bass, peacock bass.
100 baht, 100,000 the baht for one fish, and I was going to get the dam all set up and shit and start breeding them. Orawa, I think they call it, Orawa.
Yeah, right.
Orawana or something like that. Yeah, I was going to do all that sort of shit. Yes, I looked right into it. Yeah. It was,
the place I went to the other day. Yeah. The place I went to the other day had alligator gar and bloody catfish and a whole heap of tilapia, thousands and thousands and thousands of tilapia in these breeder ponds. Yeah. Over here.
Yeah. Geez, some bloody money, mate! I tell you, in breeding tropical fish. Woo.
Well, I'm not interested in breeding. The old man, when I was a kid, he used to breed these pygmy perch, which are a native Australian little, ornamental fish.
Yeah.
And he used to make a good living off them. But I've got a buddy who owns a fish shop, and trying to make a profit off fish these days is just it's like trying to make a profit off breeding birds. Like the amount of birds and the size bird cage I got at home, I should be able to make 7, 8 grand a year out of them. But you're battling to make 2 grand a year at the moment.
One of my mates over in Thailand, he had a swimming pool. He didn't use it much. So a guy from China, I think someone was saying the other day about it. He came over and told him what to do. And those carp things called? Those horrible things.
Carp, koi.
Koi, yeah. He was going to breed the koi, so he bred the bastard. He got 100,000 baht a year out of it, just for filling up his. Yeah, that's. I don't know what's that in English, John. That's.
Is that after feeding those feeding, or is that all up?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't. He didn't really want to talk about it too much because he knew I was into fish. Yeah, right. I don't know what it costs. Yeah.
He didn't want you cutting his grass. Yeah. No, see, I've been breeding birds. My old man was into it, and one of my uncles, and we bred a lot of. I used to breed only really exotic stuff. So I had finches that were $450 a pair, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I've got some cheaper ones now just because the market's shit. But like I used to be able to turn. I had about when I got divorced is when I had the last big cage in the city, and I think I must have had 7 grand's worth of birds in there, and in a year out of 7 grand's of birds, I could turn about 9 grand total, which would work out to about 7 grand.
Nothing to laugh at.
Hey,
that's nothing to laugh at. That's good.
No, it's a good little sideline. And, the thing for me was you come home from work, it takes you, the way I had all the water set up and every little feed set up, it didn't take me long to maintain them. And you had this bit of nature in your backyard instead of just more bloody city.
Mm. Well, what I was doing, I knew a guy that used to breed them, right, in Thailand. And I was away with him down the coast somewhere, and he had to go home and he had to get one of the Orawas and send it off. He got 100,000 baht out of it for one fish.
Yeah, that's not to complain.
He was buying and selling though. He was buying them from the market. I can't remember the name of the market there, and he was buying them there and then reselling them, like putting his dollars on it. But it was just such an easy frigging market, mate.
Well, I remember years ago, I'd done more of it. Years ago, you used to be able to go and buy a sheep, right? If you had a bit of land here in Australia, not here in Australia, in fucking Philippines, but if you had a bit of land in Australia, you could go and buy a sheep for about $3.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
What we'd need is a drench, which is, by the time you're done giving it a birthday, you've spent about another $12. And then you put it in a paddock for 6 months, fatten it up, and you'd get bloody $90 for it.
Yeah.
And then you've also taken a wool clip off it in 9 months, which was, another bloody, $17 a sheep at the time. Oh, you could just kill the pig. I wished I'd done more of it. I only did about 120 of them, and I should have done about 1,000 of them.
Yeah. Got to watch the bloody droughts, though, don't you?
You do, mate. Yeah. And the next year after that, we did get hit with drought. So what do you do? We've got more water now than we did then. Like we put in more dams, but yeah, shit happens.
Yeah, well.
But no, there's ways to make money besides going to work. I know that.
Yeah. Just got to get
I mean,
the initiative to do it.
The thing is, I say, you make $6,000-7,000 breeding those birds. If I had 2 aviaries going, one with commons and the other one with the exotics, you'd probably, because the common birds breed so quick, you could probably make another 3.5 to 4 a year off of probably $2,000 worth of birds in that cage. Yeah, it's crazy how much you can make.
Yeah.
And in Australia, there's certain provisions for hobbies. You're allowed to earn so much before you have to declare it.
Yeah, that's right, 14,000. But the whole part about it is the price of bloody food. The feed has gone up.
Yeah, we'll see. I've got some parrots, which is why I knew when Steve Perrin was talking earlier about his lovebirds. I've got some Nyasa lovebirds at home, which are a rarer breed. But parrots and cockatoos, and I tend to steer away from them because unless they're really unless you're talking major Mitchells and sulphur cresteds and palm cockatoos and gangs and stuff, you're not going to make the money back off them for what they eat.
That's right.
Whereas I can get from my other birds.
What's those green ones in Victoria, Johnny? What's those green ones?
The parrot.
Yeah, little one.
They're just another one, and
not a rosella. It's all green. We've got a yellow front. I think I had 2 of those. The green, beautiful birds.
I don't know. I just know they're parrots. I don't know the technical name for them.
But I had 2 of them out. Go on.
They do make a good pie. Parrot pie.
Yeah. So anyway, I had 2 out in the porch there, and they're beautiful birds. I bought an expensive cage and put them in there, and at night time they would not fucking shut up, right? And in the morning they'd start about 6. No, it was just rack, and 2 of them doing it. You couldn't make a phone call. You couldn't do anything. I just went outside and opened the cage. You're free. Ooh.
When you sell them, you're silly.
Oh no, they're not expensive. They're native to Victoria. I can't remember the name of them. Greenbell.
What are they? Port Lincoln parrots or something? They're all green with the blue.
They're green and I don't remember. I don't really remember that. Can I just have them at the farm?
Because we've got a West Australian guys. We've got a West Australian ringneck. It's got a black head, a blue collar, a white round its eye, and it's green. The rest of it's green with a bit of blue in its wings. And it's interbred with the Port Lincoln parrot, which is a South Australian one, which has got the yellow front. And that's probably the same one that goes across into Victoria and shit. But I shoot the Port Lincolns in where I live to get them out of the orchard and that. I'll probably shoot about 700-800 of them if I really want to be bothered. Mm-hmm. They're just ridiculous. They wouldn't be worth 2 knobs of shit. There's that many of them.
Can I just ask you a question, Zeke? Have you got any pets, or have you shot them all?
I just shoot the last 2 dogs, so I'm not too keen on getting another dog. I'm adopting the sister's dog at the years, so hopefully that one's doesn't have any cancer or bloody anything wrong with him.
Yeah, I just googled. It was a rainbow lorikeet. You know that one, don't you, Johnny?
Yeah. Oh, them ones. They're awesome. They got attitude, man. Yeah, they're vicious little shits. Yeah. I love them.
Beautiful looking bird.
Yeah, there's a lot of them in Perth. The Perth Council poisoned the guts out of about 20,000-30,000 of them. because they were just got to the point where Perth domestic terminal and Cottesloe Beach and parts of Floriat and Kings Park in Perth, you couldn't hear yourself think.
Yeah.
But I used to have them come into my backyard, Stephen, in Perth there, and they'd come and land on the grapevine. And I didn't eat the grapes anyway. They're poxy, tiny little raisin things, and they were sour as piss. So I used to just leave them, and they'd come in, and you could walk up to them just about give them a scratch. So they used to me.
Yeah.
I reckon they're beautiful.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
green
yeah.
ones, they're more predominant at home. Yeah, them and the
Rosella.
no, not we had some rosellas around, but they weren't as common.
Different rosella over there. We've got a little pure red bastard in WA. You guys have got the eastern rosella and the pale head ones.
Yeah. And then we had the the lorikeet thing or whatever, the pink and grey bastards.
Oh, you got them bastards. Yeah, glass.
Yeah, glass, screeching mongrel friggin' things. The gang-gangs are pretty bloody. Black cockatoo.
They were a Queensland bird. They go down the fighting range, do they?
Oh, look, I can remember all my life the gang-gangs and the Major Mitchells.
Yeah, right, okay. Because Major
What
Mitchells
about
we get Perth, that's about it. And then the gang-gangs we get none of them. I always thought they were a Queensland thing, but I mean, it must go down the dividing. I guess.
What about those fucking white things?
follow
What
it.
are they called?
The what?
The white ones. What are they called? The big ones.
That's the Major Mitchell.
Fucking things they are. Do you know, my mate had one, Johnny. His grandmother had it, his great-grandmother had it. It was about 80 fucking years old, right? It was a nut, right? Had half its feathers, one of those ones. And he used to have arguments with his missus and shit like that. He'd repeat everything. Roger, I can't. I'm not joking. I'm not making it up. Right. So then you sit there and have a few beers in the shed and shit. It'd come in and fucking bite you on the toes. I mean, it's getting hit with a pair of pliers type of thing, you know? Fucking thing it was. I kicked it into orbit. Fucking thing it was.
I had one as a pet. And it was blown out of a nest. I got it up in New South. And it was just walking around, and I kind of give it some food, and in the end I brought it home. It never flew, and it just walked around, and I called it Mick. And I used to say, Mick, you cunt, where are you?
Yeah.
And that's all it ever said.
No, I used to repeat everything. Roger, a cut. Roger, a cut.
I can remember bloody used to pick up a bloke for work in the morning, and you kind of walk in, and this cockatoo would start screeching, say, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I used to do that shit, yeah.
And then every time anybody would walk in, the cockatoo would say, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
My grandmother had a bloody galah, and the thing was called George. And I remember the thing used to say, bloody dickhead, and fuck off idiot, and a few other things.
Yeah.
Used to swear its box off.
Jesus, once you get them talking, they don't shut up.
Yeah,
no, because what happens is, Stephen, if you want to teach one to talk properly, you let it pair bond with you, and it thinks you're its other half, and so it's extra keen to 100% relate to you, and then that's what you do with any bird if you want them to. Even budgies will talk if you do this with them, and then you just get it to learn all your mannerisms and phrases, and it will not stop repeating them, trying to be close to you after that. They'll just keep going.
I can remember an ex-sister-in-law. She had one of those voices with, was like a serrated edge knife cut through anything. And she used to walk out the back door and yell at her kids, all regularly. Sure. And then the cockatoo over the next door fence, it took on the whole deal of it. And then the kids would be wondering where the hell the yelling was coming from, and got them confused. But it'd hear somebody come into, like the brother-in-law, sister-in-law's place, and then they'd start screaming out like she used to. And you say, what the hell's going on? Yeah, it was interesting.
No, they're bloody clever little animals, birds, but they're fussy little shits. Those lovebirds I mean I've got before, they only like a certain type of grass. It's got to be thick at the base, not too long, and real thin and wispy at the end. So you spend all day looking for this shitty bits of grass that they want. Wild oats works pretty good, but that's only around once a year.
Yeah.
And they're
What's the rose-breasted cockatoo? That's the pink one.
rose-breasted.
The
Oh,
pink one,
yes.
the pink one with the thing at the top. What do you call it?
Well, that's a galah.
That's a galah.
Galah,
That's a
it?
galah.
Oh.
The pink and they got grey wings and yeah.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you,
Yeah.
what, they look hilarious. If Robert's listening, those galahs, they look hilarious when you line about 9 of them up on a stick and give it them with the 270.
Ah! Fucking Christ. Yeah, Jesus.
And that's a good hobby too, Robert. Shooting crows, because they're pretty smart birds.
Oh, yes, they are.
Yeah, they don't shoot back.
Hunting crows around here is kind of a thing. They have contests on it. And yeah, they are smart mothers. They are very smart. And they will remember people individually.
Yeah.
You know, so a buddy of mine, a couple of them, they can't get anywhere near them, whereas I can walk out and they don't even squawk at me.
What'd you do to them?
I don't do a damn thing to them. When you're turkey hunting, a pack of crows can screw it right up. Because if they don't like you, they will make sure everything within 5 miles knows you're there.
Yeah. We got some beautiful birds in Australia. I think so. Those toucans are a wonderful looking bird, aren't they?
Apparently, they're vicious little shits. So, I was talking to a girl from South America years ago when I was at a campsite, and her and her boyfriend were both from Colombia, and they reckon that they are vicious little shits.
Yeah. They're very expensive here. I think they're 20, 30 grand, aren't they?
Holy
shit.
Something like that.
20, 30 grand for a bird, I'd be buying me another truck. Fuck that bird.
Well, if you run over it with a truck,
you'd pay.
If you run over it with a truck, it would.
You'd pay a fortune for a fucking galah over there in America. So you know, so.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that with the sulphur cockatoo, a guy got arrested, and he was asked why he was taking it out of the country at I think south of WA, Learmont. And the payday in America for this female sulphur-crested cockatoo was something like 143 grand.
Damn.
Yeah. A lot of them now, Zeke, they're smuggling them with just the egg. You know, they take the egg across through customs. Yeah. My mate did that, Zeke. This is no joke, but he was smuggling from, I can't remember where he was from or whatever. And he went through custom. One of the eggs fucking broke, and they caught him that way. It was actually a good one. Yeah.
And it wasn't a yoke.
It was in the it was an in-flight movie. Must have been good. Anyway, so because I found out about it through the news on the news. They got him smuggling strapped around his belt or something.
Well, now we know the kind of like you hang out with, Steve.
Yeah, bird boys.
Bloody eggs smuggling eggs in their ass.
And don't forget snake smugglers. He knows snake smugglers as well.
Yeah, I know one of them.
Well, we've had prime ministers that are budgie smugglers.
Yeah, he was good, that guy.
We bloody, what do you call it? Fuck me. What was I going to say? No, it's gone. Keep going.
Write things down. I do.
Yeah, but the thing is, Stephen, you're into recycling, so you write it down on the toilet paper and use the other side.
Yeah.
So you forget and you still come out with shit.
Yeah. I was sick of cleaning the graffiti off the wall, so now I use toilet paper.
I've ever gone to like know where the poof to hang out is. So there's a bloke they don't like at work, so they go put his number up on the hangout on the hookup wall.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
see, what about me, mate? He's an abo, right? And he goes to work and he starts writing all his abo jokes. You know, like abos should be shot and blah 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 blah. You know, only good abos are dead. He fucking did it, right? He did it, right? And he got fucking compo for it. They put him on work care and shit. He was the one that wrote it.
I've got to try that.
Yeah, good old Trevor.
I'm only going to a workplace and write tall white blokes are pieces of shit and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. I can't take it anymore.
Well, hang on. If you watched the bullshit news, there was an ex-AFL player, rather large gentleman, ex-former player, saying no, he was talking about mental health issues, and I thought, yeah, half of you is a dumb cunts. And g'day, Ron, how you doing?
Yeah, Ron, g'day, Ron. Come help smuggle some cockatoos and shit, Ron. We'll make some money.
I'd love to see Ron with the budgie smugglers with a couple of cockatoos down there. Yeah, they'd be eating the peanuts.
Good thing he didn't come off that bloody scooter on his friggin' budgie smuggle. His elbow meat on.
Yeah, I remember that one. He turned into he really went on grinder.
Look at Easy Company. Someone's swooning in as soon as he hears the word budgie smugglers. Yeah. What are you up? Hey.
Yeah.
So as soon as your missus gets here, you do realise you're going to have to get one of your dams going with tilapia.
Well, that's what I was thinking. We'll get the redfin perch going because that's a better compromise. The taste better.
Well, the tilapia is only a bloody carp anyway. The shit. But...
Yeah, flat-headed bastard fish. You're better off with a perch any day. At least perch is closer to barramundi.
I don't actually like barramundi all that much.
I like barramundi out of cold water. I don't like barramundi out of fresh water.
But I do like school shark. Yeah, flake, beautiful.
Yeah, can't beat it, John.
Yes, lovely.
We used to get
mercury.
When I was a teenager, you go snorkeling and you'd go try and shoot a blue bone or something, and when you wouldn't find one of those, you'd across all the fan coral, and you'd find a gummy shark having a snooze underneath it, drive a gidgee through his head and take him back to the beach. And I'll tell you what, that was good chewing, that stuff.
Is there anything you haven't murdered? Jesus, what's the matter with an ice cream or something? Shit.
When I was a kid,
it kills everything.
One of the most fun things I used to look forward to every few months when I was a kid was you go home, you go out roofing, and then on the way home you'd pull into the local tip, and you'd have all your lights off, and you turn the lights and everything on, mate, and there'd be 1,500 cats, and you just start into them with the 12 gauge.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, we used to do that. Used to get it for when cat skin was cat fur was trendy for gloves and that. We used to get $16 a cat skin.
Really?
Yeah. It got to the stage we cleaned out the tips and we used to go down the people's streets and go, here, puss. Gotcha.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of cats.
No, what's those other birds, those minor birds? They've come from India. Fucking
Indian miners. Funny about that.
They're all over Thailand. They're here as well.
Yeah,
they're actually not in Tasmania yet.
I hate those.
Shoot them things.
They're a migratory bird.
Well, Well, they're a deadbeat when they come through my joint because you go out and try and shoot anything else, they're all bloody chorusing off like a siren, the bastards, so they cop it as well.
Yeah, well, that's it. There's nothing worse than some bastard that's squealing on you, blow it away.
Fucking cane toads, minor birds. What else have they brought over?
Starlings.
Charlie's all right, is he? They're all right.
Starlings are not bastard bloody things. Foxes, rabbits. Rabbits are okay, but to a certain point.
Not many rabbits left in Australia, is there?
Yeah, there's still a few around. There's still a few around.
Foxes are
We had
dead,
rabbits in
water.
2014, Stephen. We had rabbits in 2014 around home. 3 warrens that I used to go shoot every afternoon after work. I used to go take my compound bow down and about half a dozen arrows. And in 1 week, I think it was, I'm scratching my brains this a while back, but I think in 1 week I shot 265 rabbits with a compound bow.
Jesus.
There was that many of them. You just couldn't miss.
It was a fucking plague.
As soon as they
all
come
over
up out of the pot, you just smack them in the head.
Do you know why they were brought over here? Don't you? It was cheap food. The English brought them over for us to eat.
Mate,
Well, they brought them over for themselves to eat as well. But
yeah.
the thing is, they got out of the cages. Well, let's face it, the English had problems with their prisons because the people were getting out of them, and then they bought some rabbits, and they built the cages exactly the same, and the rabbits were getting out.
Yeah.
I know that wouldn't bother me. I don't mind some good rabbit stew or fried rabbit.
Yeah, right.
Look, fried rabbit. My nan used to do buttermilk, soak the rabbit.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And then she used to batter it up like KFC with the salt and pepper and all the spices. And then she'd refry it. She'd fry it and fry it again. And batter it thick, fry it once, rebatter it, fry it again.
Double dip. And
bloody beautiful. I don't give a shit what anyone says.
Got to give you that. They are nice, dude.
Yeah, done like that. Well, yeah, let's face it. It's only the hind quarter of a rabbit's any bloody good.
Yeah.
Done like that, right? Zeke, is that's some good eating stuff. But you got to soak. Well, I used to soak it in a bit of salt water first.
Yes, I would take the gaminess out too and make them tender. Yeah, salt's good for that sort. If you dry salt them.
But just enough, and milk it is a tenderizer as well.
Yep.
But for it to egg, flour it up, breadcrumb it, with the season that your breadcrumbs is going to be burnt before the rabbit's cooked. That's why you double fry it.
Yep.
Yep.
I'll tell you too, though, if you do it in a pressure cooker and then debone it all, and then put some barbecue in it, makes damn good barbecue sandwiches.
I know someone who gets rabbit, right? And I just shoot rabbits for this person, for this lady. She's married to a Dutch bloke, and he loves rabbit because European staple. And him and his wife, they would do just that. They'd slow cook the rabbit, then they'd roast it to give it some, whatever. Flavor. And then they'd stew it. Once it was done like that, then they'd stew it, and it was as tender as and fell apart in your mouth, but stewed in with everything, and it had been baked with like garlic and that. Oh, it's just bloody delicious. But they were paying at the butchers, they were paying $38 a kilo for rabbit with the bone. That's just $38 a kilo. Well, me and my mate used to knock off work when I was busted up from the ex-missus. We used to knock off work, both of us into archery, so we'd cruise around this little crappy, it's now a housing estate, but it used to be a faux shitty attempt at a national park type thing. We used to cruise through there, and there was a heap of clearings at base of these big power transmission towers, and there'd just be 40, 50 rabbits at every one of them. So you pull up, shoot 3 or 4 rabbits, and then they'll bolt and back into the scrub. But we used to take them to them, and they'd give us, $15 a rabbit. We were happy with that.
Yeah, well,
That was our many years ago. That was our staple diet, fucking rabbits. So you could get them really cheap and feed your family. We used to have
Yeah,
them as
well,
roast rabbit and shit like that.
I grew up.
Potatoes
I grew up with bloody, always running the stringer traps, the ferrets, and spotlighting
yeah.
it. I'd pretty well take 100 rabbits into the butchers, in around the town, sell them off, and the ones, if I had some left over, I'd take them to the pub, and they were gone in as soon as I got into the pub.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like long time ago in a far off land, wasn't it, guys?
Yeah, well,
the old man and my uncles and everyone else used to do that when they were kids too. They didn't even in their tent. They didn't even bother with the shops, mate. They just went to the pub, and within 5 minutes, they'd made their money and they'd sold every last.
I remember going spotlight when my grandfather he put the spotlight on. Should have seen the fucking rabbits, man. He was shooting. He filled the back of the ute.
Oh, back in them days, you could. Before myxomatosis, geez, you could shoot rabbits all day. You'd run out of bullets before you ran out of rabbits.
Yeah. That's right.
I remember
that was that fence, though, that rabbit fence they put up, wasn't it, Johnny? That rabbit fence.
That was that was between east and west, but
yeah,
I can remember some of the rabbit warrens, and when we got the first dozer, ripping those rabbit warrens from north, south, east, and west, and every point in between. That helped clear a lot of them out, but in some ways, I stuffed up one of my income streams. We used to make bloody good money out of rabbits, and the other spin-off of it was that we used to get half decent dollars for the dried skins.
For the pelts, yeah, because rabbit furs are soft as oil. It's beautiful.
Well, in those days, it was going to a Cobra hats because the felt was all made out of rabbit fur.
You should send them to China.
No, I don't know where they sent it, but I virtually every week between fox skins and rabbit skins, you'd go down to the buyer, and I used to come home on a bloody Saturday afternoon with a pretty good paycheck.
Yeah, well, when I was a kid, the old man, the uncle, and the uncle's mate, who was a local, quote unquote, wink wink, nudge nudge.
Yeah.
We and over a week of shooting at night, which was probably 3 or 4 nights of the week tops. The old man and his brother were shearers, and they're both bloody prolific shearers. Like on narrow gear, they were doing 250 a day. So they could shear. And
that's good numbers. Yeah,
they're making double their shearing wage in roos, fox skins, cat skins, and brew skins. These 3 blokes, and I used to go every few nights that Mum would let me. I'd go out shooting with them, hold the spotlight, and help do all the bullshit. And you'd get to fire a few shots off as a kid, But they used to make big money. I mean, that's like not between them all. They'd make all of their wages plus some again. It was good money. It was really good money. And one thing I can say for when I was a kid to now is when you go out fox shooting now, it's nothing for me to shoot 20, 30 foxes in a night now. It's ridiculous. Whereas when I was a kid, you're lucky to shoot 5 because every bloke was out there making $1 killing them.
Yeah, well, they were $30 a skin.
Well, in WA, you got the government for the ears, and then from the neck back skin, you could get from Fremantle. If you took them up to Fremantle, you could get the same. Yeah, exactly, the $30 a skin.
Yeah. It was when the animal activists coming up and all. And who was that Sheila off number 96 or one of those shows that had the big tits and she was the anti-fur thing and that kind of stuffed it too. But yeah, as a kid growing up,
what killed the fur industry, John, was the when they used to kill those little seals. What do
No,
they call them? Little fluffy ones.
Fur
What are
seals,
they
the
called?
fur seals.
Yeah, fur
Fur
seals. That's
se-
what killed the fur industry.
the minks as well. That's what
Yeah, the
In
minks. Yeah, I
America-
remember that. Yeah, that's the mink coat. Yeah.
well, Robert will notice they had the biggest fur trade in the world. There wasn't a bigger fur trade in the world than North America. And they had beavers and all sorts of shit people used to pay for. Fur trade in North America was monstrous.
Yeah, beaver. Well, anything that had a hide on it. But the real part about it, because leather was clothing. It was, like a blankets. God knows what. Luggage.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I got to step off here.
No worries, Robert. Good to talk to you.
About getting all uncomfortable and having to get off, are
What's that?
you? So now that we've mentioned the fur trade, you feel all uncomfortable and need to get off.
Well, it's a little bit of a fantasy thing going on there, Zeke. Thinking about them fur feet. Talking about that fur and them hairy feet, you know what I mean?
He wants to go and stroke his pussy.
So you guys have a good one.
Good night, Robert.
Cheers.
Well, good
Later.
morning.
Yep.
No, I tell you what. I used to bring, and I think it really pissed me old man off. Like, he had a full-time job and all the rest of it, and I used to bring the money home and put it on the table, and it was virtually more than my father earned.
Yeah, geez, days. I miss the 90s back. The 90s back to the 70s and 60s. Yeah, what a good time.
Oh, look.
Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it, Zeke?
Well, Anna asked the question the other night. What do you think the best year was? And I said, 1977 for me. But I liked from then on, up until about the year kind of 2000.
Well, I mean, up until 96 for me, because that's when John Dad decided to plunge every fist into everyone's asshole about the guns.
But we weren't as regulated. We weren't as dictated to.
And common sense was expected, Johnny, not rejected.
That's right. Yeah. And then it. I can remember my dad saying to me, if you'd shut up, you'd keep a job.
Yeah.
And I used to say, Dad, I'll keep a job when I get one I like. That I'm not being dictated.
Here's one thing I'll say about the early 2000s. The early 2000s, given that there wasn't social media yet and all that stuff, for a young bloke, well, there was MySpace and that, but there was bugger all. But for a young bloke, you could walk out into a job any day, like one place to the next, just being done. Not so much the case nowadays.
It used to be a social media of your mates, the people you knew, and they'd say, "Oh, the company I'm working for, they're looking for people. I'll put a word in for you, I suppose I was before the bloody 90s, I think, around the 90s, 80s, I suppose. But I had two jobs. I had a job where I was working afternoon shift in one factory and night shift in another.
I might take off for a minute, John. I'll come back later.
All right, Stephen.
See you, Zig.
There was plenty of work around, but you got the multinational buyouts, and And then they started coming out with parity pricing and all these fancy words to fuck us over. And the jobs started disappearing because the factories started disappearing. You know, in Dandenong at the Holden factory, there used to be a big billboard up on the highway. Wanted afternoon shift process workers, you know, fitters and turners, fucking whatever. You named the trade, it'd be there. And it's all you had to do was go into the employment office and say, yeah, I'm willing to work. And they say, all right, see you tomorrow. But that factory's gone. All those factories are gone then.
Lost Stephen Clark. I was having a piss. I did hear him saying something. See you, Stephen, if you're still listening. No, well, this is the thing I've noticed though, Johnny, is like in WA, for example, if you want a boilermaker or you want a diesel mechanic or you want whatever, you're not going to find it. Massive skills shortage. But as far as the average shit kicker job's concerned, you won't get one. If you just want, even if you're not a rock kicking dickhead that needs to take a bottom end job, if you're just the kind of person that doesn't need a top end job and you just want to cruise along, you won't find that job. The bottom end jobs, aside from retail, don't exist. All the warehouses are staffed right up. All those sorts of shitty logistics jobs are staffed right up. You know, it's the specialty workers and plumbers and electricians and, you know, fitters, turners and all that shit. It's you just can't find them. You can't find blokes.
Well, a lot of it come from a few downturns and stuff, and don't forget, going back to one of the Labor governments, they squashed the TAFEs and they said, you know, we don't need to do this anymore because we have more people than we need. And, you know, it's taken virtually to now from to say, oh, shit, we need to get into training again and get some of these trades. Otherwise, and their answer is, oh, we'll import them. Well, wrong number.
Well, the problem with doing that, yeah, there's a lot of problems with doing that.
I've seen it in the Philippines. That people turn up at the shopping centres, at the malls, and there's an employment mob promising them work and God knows what. If they kind of and they falsify every fucking thing, the next thing they've got a job. What a load of bullshit.
Yeah, well, that's a Kiwi trick mostly. But yes, it happens all the time.
I remember I was in, this is about 2002 or 2003, around that era. I was at the Jensen, the Genzano Mall. And there was a big billboard up, jobs in Australia, sheet metal workers. And I walked in their little thing, and I said, sheet metal workers in Australia. And they said, oh, yes. It's with the Jayco corporation, or, you know. I said, that's the pricks in Dandenong that make caravans. And they said, oh, we're not sure. And I said, I can tell you all about Jayco. And as far as all they want is somebody to put up with their bullshit, be treated like crap, and be paid shit. I said, that's why they're saying there's a shortage, because real tradesmen won't work for them because they're a pack of assholes.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, you've got mines now which are both offering cushy jobs. Like, I'm talking 2 and 2, 240,000+ a year. You know, living in a camp, everything, all the perks that you wish you could get 10 years ago in a mining job, and they still have to poach from 10 mines over because you just can't get them from the free market. There's none around.
Well, you know, but that's a bit of an interesting comment. I remember the last time I worked over there, one site, somebody on site shit canned my. They'd already rang up and said you're getting on the plane, and then, well, the night before they rang up and they said no, cancel that.
Getting nonsense now, mate.
But you know, it was basically somebody on site kind of shit canned me, but it was that to me that was bullshit. Anyhow, I threw a few names at them, and they said, "Oh, we can't actually tell you." And I said, "Well, that's bullshit." I said, "If you got some bastard shit canning me," I said, "you want to shit can them, because what are they afraid of? What? Because I know my job and I can do it." Yeah. And Miram flew into Miram, and you know there was the strike and the bullshit there, and I just said, "Ah, fuck this," because you know I worked at Port Edlin. I worked in quite a few sites. Even that shitty little island off the coast there a little bit.
Oh, Baroness.
Yeah, that was all on the thermal insulation side of stuff,
Yeah.
But then again, when I worked for the survey company, it was doing stuff for the mines. Never a problem.
It really depends what mob you're with. It really, really does. My old man worked for a survey mob. He got so bored he quit, but he was being paid ridiculously good money to do checks. He was doing? He was going around where they were driving dozers through to get machines in and graders. He was following along, picking up budgie chicks and Wero chicks out of logs and saving them and stuff for something to do because he was that bored.
Yeah.
But they were paying him. Over $200 a year to do nothing.
Yeah, well, the mob I was working for, they weren't paying anywhere near that, but I enjoyed it because I could come and go with the company because I had me seasonal stuff here.
Yeah, gotcha. Yep. Yeah, well, so that's the thing. And like for me, if I work back up north again, it's for $250,000 or more. I won't do it for less, and it's a healthy roster too. Like I'll do 9 and 5, or I'll do 2 and 2. I'm not doing 1 and 2 and all that shit. Shove it up their ass.
Oh, I was driving plant on one job, and it was 3 and 1, and I said no.
That's brutal. That's too much.
No, I did it for a while, but you didn't have enough time to come home.
No, that's right. You need 2 and 2, mate. It's 2 and 2 is where it's at. I don't mind working half the year. I like working half the year because you take holidays. They have to give you, a lot of them have to give you 6 weeks holiday in it, Johnny. So you're working until you got 6 weeks holiday a year. So that means that you take 2 weeks, you get effectively 6 weeks off. Then you take another 2 weeks later on, you effectively get another 6 weeks off. And what they end up doing is, because they don't want you to take all that time off, they'll load up what they owe you in annual leave. They'll load it up even more financially on you and just give you a massive payout. So you end up with like $20,000, $30,000 extra money. It's just, you're laughing.
Yeah. But the mining, on the machine side of it and that, I've worked underground. I've worked above ground. The big earthworks jobs, like greenfield jobs, stripping. But it wasn't. It was never the brilliant bullshit money. Because a lot of the mines they do treat their people. I don't know about now, but they were treating their people like shit.
They smart their act up now, Johnny. They lose so much staff now to poaching, even right down to just the simplest waste water and drivers and everything now. So they can't make it like that anymore. Like they just, like my cousin, right? He was driving loaders, And
Yeah.
he was so good that where he was driving a loader that was the old school loader, you know. So the new ones I can't remember the tonnage, but it's like 3 or 4 times what the old ones could carry. My cousin
Yeah.
was loading more with the old loader than what they were doing with the new one because he was onto it, you know.
Yeah.
They were poaching him for $226,000 last job he got offered for driving a
Yeah.
loader. You know,
Oh, look, there's a lot more to driving a loader than people think, but
oh yeah, he's got to make that. He's not a good fit. I mean, he's a mechanic by trade,
yeah,
but he's not a diesel fitter and he's not an electrician. He's not, you know what I mean? Like it's
yeah. Oh, look, I drove a loader at one quarry for a little while as a bit of a fill-in, and once it took about a week.
yeah,
It took about a week, and gelled with the machine, and I was loading 200 bins a day,
yeah.
and you know that's bloody good production for one loader. Plus,
I'm guessing.
in the
Yeah,
meantime, the sand that was coming out of the chute, you know,
yeah.
you stacking that off to the side so it'll dry out.
Yeah.
And I remember the boss. I was sitting on the back of the machine having a smoke.
Sand or cracker dust?
Yeah, and he said, when I told you, get into it a bit and get it done. He said, I didn't mean kill me bloody machine, mate. He said, you're driving the frigging wheels of it. But like I used to start that machine at 5:30 in the morning, and probably turned it off for the length of time to have a cigarette, a few times a day.
Mm.
But I never used to lunch would be in between loads, smoke or whatever. Was all in the cab of the machine, and until 6 o'clock at bloody night.
Geez, that's when I end up working at sorts of days. I loved construction when I was working up north because I could. I mean, I ended up working long days, but in the initial stages of it all, during the easy times, you'd work, 5:30 in the morning until 2:30 in the afternoon, knock off, and you've made as much as everyone else that's still working till 6 o'clock that night.
Yeah.
But in the end, when I was running my own show, yeah, geez, working 14 hours, 15 hours, 16 hours a day. I tell you
Well,
what, that makes
you
mentally, physically.
the whole thing about it is if you're getting a good income and
Yep.
and you treat it half decent, you
can deal.
you do it. You deal with it.
And I'm telling you right now, if you're treated half decent and you are getting paid the equivalent of the effort you're putting in or more, which I will admit I was getting paid more than the equivalent of the effort I was putting in, boom time and everything. But if you're doing that, you mentally maintain. You don't get worn out because the reward and the achievement all line up. If everyone thinks, and it does work for starters, you're achieving something good, that'll keep you going. But if you're not being rewarded for that achievement as time goes by, you just get angry.
Yeah, well, there was a two-pronged thing with the loader job. It was 20 minutes, if that, down the road. The wage wasn't too bad. When I first started, there was another bloke that grabbed the second loader and do shit. And there was another fellow that used to come up. He was kind of the the maintenance man plus whatever.
Yeah.
But he would take over the loader while I had lunch.
Right. Yeah.
And then he started complaining or whatever, and it just ended up being a shit fight. Anyhow, he pissed off. The other bloke that was supposed to be doing a few bits and pieces, he got lazy. He spent most of his time up at the office trying to, hook up with a rodeo ride off the office Sheila. And I got to the stage I got sick of it. But the job I left, that was the end bit of it. They'd got back onto me, they kind of said, we'd like you to come back. The grievances are noted, and by the way, you've gone up in pay structure. Yeah, so that was okay. I just walked straight back into what I knew. But yeah, it was. Some people have got no idea on how to run a business.
Well, I found it's a very, very fine balance between rewarding your blokes that work for you, that work well, and spoiling the bastards.
Well, I used to pay when I employed blokes. I treated them the way I wanted to be treated. I didn't mollycoddle them. I told them every morning what I expected to be done. And Friday for us, if the goals were achieved, we knocked off at lunchtime. I still paid them all day. We went and I paid for a counter and a few beers, and we went home early. And realistically, the crew was pretty happy, and they did achieve, and that was the thing. Everybody knew what was expected of them.
Yeah. Well, workers are weird. I had a mate that worked for me for 3 years. It wasn't a big operation. It was just me doing local government jobs, do a lot of building maintenance, a lot of fabrication for fixing up bits and pieces that have been poorly made in the past, etc., etc. And I spent a good 2-3 years fixing up everything that was wrong with this one local council, and that was our primary employer and a primary income for 2-3 years.
Yep.
And having him work for me, if I paid him too much, he got weird. Like he started, I don't know, it's like he didn't like it. And then if I didn't pay him enough, obviously, he got jaded, which anyone would. Not that happened, but I knew he would. But it was the weirdest thing. Like I remember one job, I think I made $5,000 off of his efforts on one job where he had to hollow out a old sediment filter, for the swimming pool and turn it into a chemical shed, absolutely loaded with aggregate and sand and everything else, and a shitload of hair, because obviously the filter had collected hair over the years. And I did the cutting. I opened up the side of it with the grinder and the demo saw and all the bullshit and got it ready for a doorway. But when I opened it up, it was just this insurmountable pile of shit in there. And I remember thinking, bugger this. And he didn't give a crap. He just rose to the occasion and did the whole thing. And when I said to him, well, mate, that's the prick of a job. So I'm charging him $50 an hour for you, to go into your pocket. So I'm charging him $65 now. And he told me flat out, don't pay me that much. Well, he only wanted $35 an hour because it took so long. And I'm like, no, mate. So some people they have a weird conscience about what they're going to get paid. And it's the stupidest thing to have to be wary of, but they genuinely don't want to be paid too much for certain jobs.
You know, well, I had to renew tickets and that. And on the traffic management side of things,
Oh yeah, that shit. Yeah.
well, if you take it serious, it's not shit. But especially when you're in the, doing what I was doing. But you'd go along to these wankers that had no effing idea. And I used to laugh, and I got to the stage where I knew how they were doing it. I always sat. If you got the presenter, he will always start on the tables on basically at the 1 o'clock. So I always used to sit, between 10:30 and 11 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
and these people would say, oh, well, I'm here because the dole office is paying for it. And I heard that, you can make some very good money doing this. And, the things that go around and they'd kind of get to me and I'd just say, it's an occupation that's not suited to all, but it can be rewarding. But the bullshit money you're hearing about is exactly that. It's bullshit. You'll get some jobs which are very short time jobs, and they'll be of a night or whatever, and that's it. It's not a full time thing. So never think that. And then after that kind of little bullshit thing, they'd always say, oh, time for a quick break. Well, so you go out and have a smoke, and they'd always walk out and they say, well, what are you doing here? I said, I just need to renew your tickets. And they'd virtually have your paperwork, and they'd say, oh, you work for Vic Rose. I said, yeah, mate. And he said, well, I've got all your details, mate. You can head home now. In other words, you're disruptive to my class. So I'm going to tell all these dickheads all these bullshit stories and say it's such a wonderful thing.
I had a ticket like that once. I drove the forklift for about 2 minutes, and the bloke just signed the thing and sent me home. He's like, oh, he's like, I don't need you here making all these other pricks self-conscious. Just get piss off back to work.
That's pretty well, I've got a mate down the road. He does training and he takes it very seriously, and he doesn't spruik bullshit or anything like that. Every now and again, if he gets a bit snowed, he might say, Jono, mate, can you come down and just watch a few blokes and whatever, and give them a few pointers. But the thing is, when he first met me, it was for a loader ticket, right. And he turned up on site, and I was driving the bloody loader. Come down, and he like rah, and we were talking for a bit. And I said to him, I know you. And he said, yeah. And we were talking, and I'd taken my dozer down and done a side cut for him. About 18 years earlier. Yeah.
You see, this is the thing with you fossils. You've done stuff 8 eons ago that all lines up now. I'm still waiting for all my shit to line up.
Well, you never know, mate. You never know.
I'll never get paid back the favours.
Hello. He's kicked himself off, people. He's kicked himself off. He's got socially excited and hit the wrong button. Oh, dear. And Mr. Perrin at this time of night will be having his his dinner. I know there's 10 of you watching us. The chat hasn't moved a lot for the last few moments, so I'm going to take this opportunity and go and have a cigarette and cough my guts out. Thank you very much.
One, two, three, four. Oh, that's working great. Perfect. Well, while they're both gone, I'll tell you a little secret. I have no inside information whatsoever. I have no idea what's going on in my life or everybody else's. But it looks like I'm free to speak at the moment. So freedom of speech is great, even when you're drunk, possibly. Isn't it weird? You can think of lots of things to say when you can't talk because you're busy doing other stuff. But when you can talk, you got to remember what was I angry about? What did I think was wrong? And it's quite tricky. And I have been drinking. It's bloody 3 o'clock because I started this stream at about 1 o'clock, and I felt guilty because I didn't want to. Let me look. Private chat. Are you staring? That's actually quite a good name. I'll tell you a true story, see. Just not once if you can hear me, because I'm not even sure if anybody can hear me. Not once on the door if you say that you love me. Twice on the door. I can tell you a great story about cookery show again as well, Bobby. For 4 years, I had a village stores in the darkest, deepest midst of Devon. It was a stupid idea to buy it. I lost a fortune doing it. But I had a village stores in the middle of nowhere. And it shocked me how many old women came in for sherry. We had a big cask of it in the back room, and they'd bring the bottle in, and I'd fill the bottle up with this cask sherry. Now I only did that for about 3 months, and I realised it was probably costing me more than I was selling it for. And then we started selling the normal bottle stuff, and we had all the sherries and stuff, all the wines, sherries, whatever. But it did shock me. Old widowed women and old divorced women that didn't have a great deal of money. Look, if you don't have much money, go for sherry. Oh yeah, Harvey's Bristol Cream, any of that. If you don't have a lot of money, forget about all these bullshit things. Just go for sherry. It is ridiculously strong and ridiculously cheap for the amount of money for the amount of alcohol in it. It did surprise me. Yeah, I did that for a while. It's supposed to be good for appetite as well. It's supposed to sort of, ideally, if you say your doctor, I'm not eating as well as I used to. I'm stressed or whatever. old doctors would say, well, just have a glass of sherry before your meal. It'll give you more of an appetite. When I was a kid, we only drank it at funerals and weddings. I did exactly the same when my dad died. I bought lots of sherry. And it's just not done. I don't know if it's done in Australia or America, wherever you are, but certainly as a kid, when you have most weddings and funerals and whatever, I always remember salmon paste sandwiches and sherry.
Salmon paste sandwiches.
Yep.
Oh,
Look, it might not sound good.
Salmon paste. There's nothing more English than taking something that doesn't need processing and processing it, is there?
Well, yeah.
you know, the whole thing about it is gone is afternoon tea with the cucumber sandwich. We're going to have salmon paste and sherry.
Can't afford chocolate,
Johnny.
but that's okay. We've got plenty of pasted salmon to stick on your sandwich instead. Oh, sorry, Steve, we're being mean.
Well, I must admit, I did like the Peck's deviled ham.
I was about to say the whole time Steve's mentioned that, I've been thinking about deviled ham, Peck's, or the lobster version of Peck. It's bloody beautiful.
I've got them both in the fridge, mate. I love it.
Yeah, so we can't hang too much shit on you, Steve. But please do go on.
Look. I hope you all know that I don't really listen to you.
we know that, Steve. We know that.
Yeah, look, it might sound like I've got a strong mentality or personality, but no. After I've finished talking, I just stop listening. So say what you want. No, I'm joking.
Well,
but,
we thought we did anyway,
really,
Steve, because you keep chiming back in with shit that's completely off topic.
In truth, Steve, your wife did send us a message and warn us that he has selective hearing.
Yes, that's very true. Yeah.
So
I think Johnny, let's go that every husband has selective hearing, not just me. Everyone.
I've always had a hearing problem. I only hear what I want to hear.
That's it. A waste of time hearing other stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, somebody else's shout at the bar, knock off time, payday. Yep, I'm there.
That's it. No need for the other nonsense. That's it. What's this about telling the women to be quiet, Steve Perrin? What's going on there?
I can hear women yakking in the background somewhere. It could be Johnny, but I suspected it was you.
It was the missus on the phone to her mum, yeah.
That would be Z's wife talking a mixture of Tagalog, Visayan, and dribble to her family. Yep. So that's normal.
She was actually, what she was doing, she was organising my cheap sunnies from the market. Because I like to take, because I go through them like there's no tomorrow, sunglasses. Even if I paid $150, $2,000 for a pair of sunglasses, I'll break them 2 weeks later. So I order the cheap, shitty ones from the market, buy 10, 12 pair of them.
All right, okay. I'm going to ask you a question.
How much do you pay for your sunglasses, Zeke?
50 to 100 pesos each.
And so, how much is that in Australian?
37 pesos to $1. So $2-3 bucks.
Oh, not even $2.
Well, no, I do exactly the same. I have some really great sunglasses. 2 pairs. One is like a subtle, intelligent pair, and one is like a B pair. B eyes, mirrored, whatever.
Ah,
Yeah.
they were.
Both of them cost me. No, the first set cost me. No, the intelligent ones were given to me by a buddy of mine, but it cost me about 50 baht, which is £1 and a bit.
Yep,
The other
yep,
pair cost me 100 baht, which is £2.50. Great sunglasses.
Well, I buy the fake Ray-Bans and the fake Vans and the fake Oakleys. And I've only found one lot of fake Oakleys that are shit. Like, you never want to buy them because you guarantee you wear them for 6 minutes and they break. But the rest of them, I had one pair of the other fake Oakleys last me about 4 months, and the Ray-Bans, they last for a bloody long time. I've only started with one pair of Vans in Australia, so I don't know how long they go for, but they go. I'm anticipating they're like the Oakley.
I mean, I confess, the first pair of expensive sunglasses I bought was in Barbados, and what was it called? Wasn't Ray-Ban?
Oakley?
Shit, I can't remember. No. But anyway, they were good. And it cost me £50, and they were great. But as you say, eventually I lost them.
Yeah.
Don't know what happened or whatever. It's just stupid. And I really hate the idea I lost them, but I did lose them.
Well, see, I'll do my block with the sheep and drop them on the ground, and the sheep fucking that's the end of it. So why would I spend $200 on Oakleys when I can buy the exact same thing from here for bloody
I'm just going to change my earphones because I can't understand what you're saying. Hold on, wait a minute. No, at the moment you're on loudspeaker and it's not working at all.
Johnny making his hearing aid whistle.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but it's not working. And I'm just give me 2 minutes. Carry on talking, and I'll
I've got a wonderful set of clip-ons, and I've had them for bloody years.
Everything now, right? We're good.
And I've had to straighten out the wire on them a few times, but the lenses are polarized. They're bloody wonderful. But realistically, over the last quite a few years, I haven't had to use them here. I haven't seen the fucking sun.
Yeah, we'll see polarized ones here, like proper polarized sort of Ray-Ban-y /Vans /Coke Sunny type sunnies.
Yeah.
I thought of the name Bolly. B-O-W-L-E-O Bolly.
Bolly. Yeah.
Ballet.
The what do you call those things? The Polaroid ones here are only 200 pesos anyway, Johnny.
Yeah. I must admit, on a few of the earthworks jobs, like the sunny glasses, safety glasses ones. I've got I've still got a couple of sets of them, and they're not only comfortable, but by the geez, they were bloody good. Bloody good.
Well, the adverts that always get me are the fishing adverts, where they show you before and after. So they show you your float on the water with all the dazzle and whatever, you can't see that, and then you put the sunglasses on, you can see everything.
Yeah,
it's all total bollocks. It never works like that. It never gets rid of all the dazzle. It's a con.
It is. That's advertising. Go ahead, Zeke. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Steve's eyes must be rooted because mine works for me.
Yeah. You catch much?
What?
Wait till he gets home and goes to the doctor, and then you'll find out what he did catch. Okay.
Okay, this is good man's conversation. I love fishing, absolutely adore it as a sport, but I'm not very good at it. How would you judge yourselves?
But fishing,
Yeah. I don't mean,
I'm
I'm not
good at
judging
it.
you as
That's-
men, but do you consider yourself a good fisherman or a lucky fisherman?
I grew up on the seaside, Steve, so I'm used to it. You know, like I've done endless amounts of fishing and spear fishing and diving for crays and abalone and all the rest.
Well, I grew up in the
Hasn't
rivers.
really answered the question though. Are you a good fisherman or a lucky fisherman?
Well, I'm a good one because I don't go to where there's no bloody fish.
Okay.
I would say I'm fairly good because, like I say, mountain streams, stuff like that. And a lot of it's got to do with the bait and how you present it. You know, how big you cut the gelignite when you float it down the river, you know, shit like that. You know, it's fucking simple.
How long a fuse you put in, eh, Johnny? It's no good having a
That's
3-second fuse. It's got to be at least
You know,
20. Let it get away.
No, you can't, because then it goes under fucking logs, and next thing you've got all this kindling wood going everywhere. I've done that.
Oh, shit.
Let me put my point of view across, and then you can fight me afterwards. I know a lot of professional fishermen.
Yeah.
And although they put a lot of skill into it and knowledge and whatever, they still put a lot of value on being lucky.
Well, I'll tell you about professional fishermen, Steve. I went out with a professional cray fisherman who's been a cray fisherman, like, you know, rock lobster fisherman for bloody, I don't know.
That sounded
40.
fucking kinky. I went out with a professional fisherman.
Yeah.
Whatever floats
60
your boat.
60, this bloke's 83, so 63
I could
years.
tell he wasn't gay by the way he kissed me.
63 years plus this bloke's been catching them crazy. And I went out on the boat with this bloke, and we went and put cray pots in 3 days straight and caught 2 crays. Then I said to the old man, bugger this bold prick, let's go out to another spot down the coast here, and I'll jump over the side and have a look what's in there. And you know what? There was 1,500 more crays where I looked than where this bloody silly old prick looked. So bugger the fishermen that are professional, so don't know shit.
Look, I'm not talking about the guy who's earning a little bit of money. I genuinely
This bloke was one of the
professional
fishermen
trawler men, skippers of trawler boats who go into the North Sea, Norway, Norwegian seas, South Seas, whatever. And they still put a bit, look, don't misunderstand me. A lot of it comes down to the fact that they know what they're doing, but they still say let me just finish. I'll be very quick. They still say there are some skippers that are still very lucky and seem to understand what's going on.
But
There was
there's only
one guy called Belgie Paul who conned his way into the fishing community and pretended he had all the documents, had nothing. He had less skip, but he got himself a job as a skipper, and people liked going sailing with him because he got them fish. That got them money. I'm just saying it's not easy.
being cheesy.
No, what I'm saying is, I know I'm not a lucky fisherman. I'm quite good at it. I know what I'm doing, but I'm not very lucky at it.
Well,
I could
Steve,
never go on.
would you
Well-
say the movie Perfect Storm portrayed the whole lot of the fishing industry?
I've never watched it. I saw the
You
trailer
should.
where the boat goes up over the wave, and no, I've never seen it.
Well,
The thing is, Steve, like,
Yeah.
it depends
Go on,
where
Vic.
you're from. So being from Western Australia, if you are going somewhere and not catching a fish, that's entirely your fault. It's not about luck. There's so many places in Western Australia where you could literally throw a rotten bit of bloody old dental floss in the water and pull out a fish.
Right.
You have to be retarded not to go catch fish.
And yet this side of the coast, which is colder water than where Zeke is, opposite sides of the country, it's a case of trial and error to a certain extent. And if you're catching them in one spot, you might catch them there next week, but the week after they won't, because I move, because the weed, the tides, the currents.
Well, this is the thing. When it comes to pelagics in Western Australia, so you fish that move, you bring predatory fish, yes, you need to know what you're doing to get whatever species you want. So if you specifically want tuna, you need to understand tuna. If you want marlin, you need to understand marlin. If you want mackerel, you need to understand mackerel, etc., etc. If you want resident fish over, like bass, snapper, and all the rest, well, you'd have to be fucking lobotomized to not catch some.
Is fishing profitable in Australia at the moment?
Should be.
I mean,
Oh yeah, hell yes, yes, definitely. And the fisheries have got themselves that knuckled down now. There's no competition. Like, it's almost impossible to get in as a new fisherman, as a new company, a new entity, a new body working. Good luck. You'd never get in. So it's very difficult for those.
You virtually have to, you virtually have to buy. You have to buy out somebody and their license. That it's
Right.
you can't say we're going to do it tomorrow. As a commercial fisherman, they won't give you a license.
Oh yeah. It's the same in England at the moment. It's very profitable. They're making lots of money. Well, this is a high. There'll be a low, but they're
Steve,
raking it in at the moment in England. Say again?
It's going to take a big world upset for food industries to have a low now, because things that used to be fads have become staples in parts of the world because you can't get what else they used to eat. So, like Australian snapper is starting to be sold around the world in places where carp used to be eaten, because their local waterways are either too polluted or they're fishing all out.
Right.
And really, snappers, it's pretty ordinary.
It's a staple fish. It's a bread and butter fish. It's not people like catching them because it's fun to catch, and they do taste nice, fresh, straight out of the water. But once they've been frozen and processed, they're just as shit as anything else.
Yeah. Look, the best fish you can have is when the boat comes in and it's fresh. And
I love Spanish mackerel, but shitty ass Australian salmon, which is not your pink meat salmon, shitty ass Australian salmon, which where Johnny is, Steve, are about a foot long. Once they get around to where I'm at, they're about 40 inches long. They're a pelagic fish. They are terrible to eat, but fresh, they're better than half the other stuff after it's been frozen.
Yeah, the thing
Most
is
of what we eat in England in fish and chip shops is cod. Do you have cod there? I guess the water's too warm to have cod.
Oh, plenty of cod species. We got a lot of cod species. In WA, you got Chinaman cod, Rankin cod, potato cod. Just a massive list of. We've got a little one in WA that only grows about 18 inches long called a Charlie cod, and that thing's beautiful to eat. And it's a red cod,
We have the cod over here, but it's really comes from the English the thing with the smoked cod and white sauce and shit like that, and it's fucking shit.
No, it's not. Yeah, look, cod in England from the sort of Norwegian seas is just beautiful. You don't need anything on it. It just tastes beautiful without any
Well,
sauce.
see, my
anything.
favourite. I've got two favourite fish here, Steve, in WA, and you can Google them both. Or three, I guess, if you want to be fussy about it. Three. One is a mangrove jack. That's a tropical fish, but subtropics, I'll eat blue groper, and I'll eat
Right.
the cod that's off the south coast. They're both bloody beautiful, and that just melts in your mouth.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. We was talking about last night. Because he was doing a bit of groping. Yeah. Rightio.
What do you mean a bit? Oh,
Bloody hell, that's a big fish. I've just Googled it.
the blue groper.
Yeah, they are.
Bloody hell.
Blue gropers are monstrous fish.
It's
They
all
can
right.
get so heavy.
It does look coddish though, and it's the same sort of shape as a cod, just about twice as big.
Oh, look, I'm not lying to you, Steve. We get cod in the tropics here. We get cod in the tropics as big as those groper. I've had them so big, pulling them up in the old man had a 22-foot boat, and you pull these things up, and you would tip the boat over sideways trying to pull them into the boat. And that was cod. That was like potato cod. And you'd get these blue groper off the rocks. You'd catch them on 200-pound gear with about a 10-foot steel trace on it, and you couldn't pull the bastards up the rocks. It was pulling you and the blokes that were trying to help you pull it up the rocks off the fucking rocks, trying to get the thing up to catch.
G'day, Craig.
Bring
How
it in.
you doing?
Is that you in the photo, Zeke? With the hat on? If you go into blue groper. I'm
No.
guessing that's you. No, I'm joking. I'm sorry.
No, he's the one with the hook.
Imagine that's you.
He's the one with the hook in his mouth. Chicaspi Bay rockfish. Oh, yeah. We've got a few rock lobsters around here, and, you know.
We'll be fine, baby.
But like I say, my real type of growing up fishing was lakes and creeks and stuff like that, which is all fresh water. You know, it was trout, the odd perch, and the odd redfin, eels.
Yeah.
I used to love catching eels.
I can't get eels. I've tried. There's something primordially evil about eels. I can't get into it.
Well, that was one of the things. See, there was a lot of wogs around. So if you caught an eel, and I learnt the art of smoking them. So yeah, then that a smoked eel, they'd fight each other for the bloody thing.
Well, are you
Oh,
talking
good
about
money.
with a normal fishing rod to catch these things?
Yep.
Right. When you catch an eel and you're looking to catch a
like that.
Yeah. When you catch an eel and you're looking to catch a perch or a bream or a roach or a dace or whatever, and by error you catch an eel, it's horrible. Or I remember as a kid, it's horrible because they wrap themselves up around the line. It takes you. It's a nightmare to get, and unless you just kill them outright and cut their heads off, which is probably what I did most of the time. But they're horrible to catch and to take care of. Whereas what I'm looking for is to catch a pretty little dace that I can catch, look at, and release back in.
Well, the thing is with the eel, Steve.
Right.
What you said is, I'll cut the head off it. That don't stop it from squirming and all the rest of it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I said the wrong thing then. You're right, Johnny.
It's just
horrible.
Yeah, I learnt from an old Czechoslovakian bloke. He says, what you do is you use like a lemonade bottle and you smack them on the tail, at the end of the tail, because all the nerve endings, and they just go bang, stiff as a board. And that is true. That is actually true. And then you cut them in behind the, and bleed them out. I got to the stage where I'd actually go purposely fishing for eels because I made money out of them. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I've never caught eels. Only place I used to catch eels in WA is now saltier than the sea. Like the lake's gone from clear fresh water to brackish, and then now these days it's as salty as hell, thanks to coal mining. But it used to have eels in it, but I wasn't really that keen on them. You get in there and go for a bit of a splash on a hot day, and you'd feel the bastard things around you sucking on your leg hairs.
Yeah, well, the thing is if you they are a bit bony, and some people take the reference to they're like snakes, but I think the first time I took an eel home, my mother cooked it up and it wasn't too bad. And at the time, that same Czechoslovakian fella, he said, if you catch any more of them, you bring them up to my place and I'll give you good money for them. And then he showed me how to smoke them. And then after that, I'd smoke the eels and sell them on. And it was, I'm talking instead of, a couple of bucks, you were getting 20. So that's what.
I can totally agree. I mean, in the east end of London, eels were a main diet, as were oysters. Oysters were really cheap and a common man's food in the olden days. And I'm not talking about too far, within the last 100 years. Oysters from the Thames and eels with mushy peas and a pie and what's the other thing called? Weird thing. Can't remember what the name of the vegetable is, but I've lost my track. Hold on. It'll come back in about an hour. No, it's gone.
Well, I'll tell you what, Steve. You'd be familiar with rainbow and brown trout.
Rainbow and brown trout, yeah.
Yep. The last rainbow trout I caught in Western Australia was 6.8 pounds.
Wow.
Would have tasted like shit.
Well, it doesn't matter. They're good fun to catch on a fly. But that's the average. You see them that big all the time. And brown trout, same thing. I like catching them about 2 to 3 pounds. I think that's a good size. They've just turned proper, the meat's matured properly, and they're just getting into breeding condition, which makes them taste a bit better. But they can get monstrous.
Aren't we lucky, though, that there's 3 guys here who have grown up since young boys fishing?
Yeah.
Well, I've shot more things than I've caught with a fishing rod, but I've definitely done a shitload of it.
That's because you used the wrong boat.
The last Spanish mackerel I got, Steve, we used to go out to about, a K off the coast and trawl for Spanish mackerel when I was a teenager. The last Spanish mackerel I shot was last time I was in the tropics. Was in about 2 foot of water chasing a school of mullet, and I shot it in the head with a 44 Magnum.
Right, look, Zeke, might sound good to you, but no, it's not sportsmanship like.
It's not meant to be, it's food. Well, if I'm going to eat a steak...
I don't, no. I think of fishing as a hobby. I've never
Oh, no,
had to do it to feed myself.
It's food collection for me. If I'm going to spend the money on the fuel and the bullshit and the tackle and all the stuff to go fishing, I'm bringing home a freezer full of food. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I understand that. Like I say, I'm talking river stream stuff, fishing, and realistically, I never ever went home empty-handed. But yeah, look, I learnt as a young fellow how to tie flies. So I'd have drown worms, work a few holes with a bloody fly rod, and always had a stick of jelly and a few debts and a bit of fuse and some fucking bits of board, some elastic bands too. Because you got sick of that, boom.
I got taught to tie fly fishing flies. I got taught to tie them by an old American bloke that comes from right near where Robert's living.
Well, the bloke that taught me was an American, and he came from Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, yep. Any of that stuff around the lakes, mate. All those blokes around the Great Lakes, I'll vouch they can fly fish them. So they know what
Do you follow any of this match bass fishing that they do in America?
The bass fishing for sport, yeah, that's pretty good.
No, they do it. They do it for money. There's been a recent case where a couple of guys had been winning everything, and then somebody videoed them stuffing lead balls down the gullet of a bass. You not seen that?
Well, I mean, the adjudicators should have known full well, Steve. I mean, the difference in size between, let's say, a 5 pound and a 6 pound perch, for example, as a comparable fish species, is huge.
Right.
The presentation, the bottom jaw, everything.
Zeke, I'm not making it up. It's a big court case in America now because all the guys that lost are suing the guys that won. Because it's big money in America. And maybe they did it subtly. They didn't stuff too much down the gullet to make it ridiculous. They put enough down in enough things that if you've got 10 fish and I've got 10 fish, my 10 fish weigh 10 pounds more than your. No, just a pound. It's all needs, isn't it? You follow me?
An ounce will win. An ounce will win. So
exactly, yeah.
Second sucks, but that's the way it happens. But the whole. I tell you what, Steve. There's two pommy blokes. Robson Green, I used to like watching his fishing adventures.
Oh, yes, yeah, very good.
Yeah.
And the other River Monsters, and that other bloke. I fucking loved that. Every time they had I'd shut the world
Johnny,
out.
I missed what you said, mate. I was reading one. You said Robson Green, and then you said the other bloke. Who's the other bloke?
Does the River Monsters one?
I haven't seen him. Okay, all right.
That's Robson Green. That's Robson Green.
No, but there's another bloke. There's another bloke as well.
There's a few. Yeah.
He goes up the Amazon and that, I think that is River Monsters. Robson Green.
That's right.
And just to confirm, we have evidence from a real true American. If you see what Female Run wrote, yes, that's true. They put lead weights in the fish. They guys got arrested for theft.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Okay,
It's quite a big story.
Thanks for the input, Ron.
Where's my Ron?
Yeah, Lieutenant Nescafe, yes. In Scandinavia and Europe, realistically, eels are smoked. Well smoked eel is a bit of a delicacy, but it's still a staple.
Yeah.
The thing is, whether people like the idea of it or not, if you're bloody hungry, you'll eat it, and it's kept millennia of people going.
Yeah, well, some of the bastards shouldn't have been fed.
There's a lot of things that, like, did you guys freshwater cobbler, Johnny? You have them over there in the
Freshwater
eastern
what?
states? Cobbler. You know, like they're like the cat.
Not in my. But the closest thing we'd have is a bit of a perch or bass. But you
the
know,
cobbler's like a cross with a flathead sort of thing.
No, not freshwater. You know,
We had these
this area
Steve.
here was, you know, rainbow brown trout, blackfish, and pretty well eels and crayfish. That was about it when I was a kid. You know.
Yep. Oh, look, I know a few secret spots we can go get marron, which, you know, I don't know what there used to be actually an English version of it. England had its own, you know, freshwater crustacean, and in the American crawfish actually killed it out in England. I remember watching a doco on it. But the marron here in WA, obviously blue marron's pretty big in WA natively. I know a few secret places that nobody goes because you're not really supposed to. But on some motorbike riding piss farting around that I've done, there's I've seen them as long as, you know, 38, 40 centimeters long and just sitting on the water's edge.
Yeah.
Bloody beautiful big animals. By the time they're that big, you know, they're 20-something years old, so I feel like a prick eating one of those, but, you know, half that size is bloody perfect.
Well, back in the days when I was on the farm, I looked at the idea, and I actually bought some yabbies from one farm up near Seymour, and I put in a couple of me dams. But there was another bloke. He actually bought in marrons, and every now and again you'd get a few, but I think most of them fucked off. Realistically,
the marron you got to. I've got a couple of dams that I've had very good success in, and other dams not so much. The dams where you have very good success, the water isn't shit. It's very clean. And the thing is, you need to put a lot of shelter in there, or they will leave the dam. So what I used to do is hang 20-litre drums with a heap of hessian bags hanging down from the top of the water right down to the bottom of the dam.
Yeah.
And then throw tyres and then to stop wankers going in your dam stealing your marron, you put a heap of star pickets in there with barbed wire.
Electric fence around it. But the thing is, well, my dams were always a little bit cloudy because just clay base.
Yeah, that's right. You just don't want so much clay that it's choking them out.
No, it wasn't too bad, but the water. If you look through the water, you could see a little bit of suspended, clay particle in it, but it was still, relative good. You can drink it without a problem. But look, I had a little bit of success and a bit of fun with them. But like I say here, if you're doing it, on any kind of scale, fisheries and wildlife turn up and say you got to have a fucking license, you got to do this, you got to do that, and start dictating. Everybody says, "Well, fuck it, I won't bother." Hey.
Outside of marron season, which is only 4 days long, you need a waybill to even move one. So most people get in deep shit if they even try to move one. So anyway, talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to run down the lobby for a sec.
You're going to get some more grog, mate.
fun like that.
Hey. Yes. I can remember walking up streams, the leeches, all that fun stuff. Yeah. Where did you get that information from, Ron? Oh, dear. I haven't seen it, Ron. I haven't seen it, mate. And how's that cheating? His ass moving has got nothing to do with the movement on the board.
Johnny, I confess, I've been talking to myself for the last 5 minutes. And
That's
the
okay.
worst thing about that is I can't remember what I said. But my pen life. Never mind.
Yeah, that's all right, Steve. You can talk to Terry. Welcome, Terry.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hello,
Not
Terry.
right.
How do you? You were talking to yourself, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I hate it.
Terry, I do it all the time. I mute myself because I'm doing something, and I start talking without remembering to unmute myself. I'm an idiot.
Well,
I'll add something to Ron's story, which really surprised me about it, is that I always thought while I was growing up that computers couldn't beat good chess players. That's how I grew up. Last time I looked, 20 years ago, Big Blue couldn't beat the best chess player. It's now at a stage where a computer can beat the best chess player easily. It's progressed so much that what they're trying to do, and I suspect that where B-More Ron's coming from, is that computers now, and it's horrible to say this, computers are better at chess than humans. They work it out quicker, and it was probably always going to happen. But when I was growing up, they said, "Oh no, you can't do it. People are more imaginative. They can think of better moves. They can think." No. It's now at a stage where computers easily beat grandmasters, which is, I think, a crying shame.
So why don't we use computers to fight our battles too, since they're smarter than us?
Well, I think we've done that in a movie, and we the what was it? Was it called War Games?
Yeah.
Where they play tic-tac-toe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't work either, did it? Didn't work out too good either.
No, it didn't work so well. Yeah. Good movie though. I like it. Matthew Broderick.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good actor. I always have liked him. I liked him in that Civil War movie. He plays this general where he needs a black company of soldiers or a black battalion. Yeah, it's a battalion. Yeah, they all get wiped out. It's pretty amazing.
I don't know that one. No, he's not super famous, but I think he's been in a few really good movies.
Yeah.
Bobby Crush says computers are good at chess, but they're rubbish at Plank. Well, at the moment, Bobby, but it's not going to be long, mate. Robotics and computers are going so quickly. There will be a time, and look, it'll happen. I don't know where Plank. I'm thinking of Connect 4.
The sad thing about it is when we have to, talk to computers and deal with them, they're going to be emotionless. There's not going to be any compassion. Yeah, well, I mean, with the person, you say, well, my wife died, last month. I need help. Computer will go, logical, go to.
No. They'll say, I am very sorry to hear that, Cherry, but you still owe us $1,000.
Yeah, right.
That's what it's going to be.
So how do you get angry?
And I think we're much closer to it than we all know. But I was actually quite shocked because I can remember all through I loved the Boris Spassky, Kasparov. I can remember watching every chess game of that and loved it. And I do follow chess a little bit. I'm rubbish, absolutely rubbish at it. But I do like the game of chess. And I always heard the idea that computers couldn't, because they built a computer called Big Blue.
Chicken sandwich.
Right.
And now Big Blue is like a baby.
The guy played that computer. Is that the one he played? A guy played? The famous chess player played against.
I think, I think Spassky played him. I can't remember the result, but it was, it was either a draw or a minor win. Cherry, now it's not even a competition. The professional chess players fight that you can get anything online to help them.
Well, here's one.
Computers now beat chess players quite easily.
Well, what about computers playing each other?
Don't know.
How does that work?
Don't know. Bobby Crush says the world's most. Bobby, you haven't been to Patia, but they don't do it anymore. Bobby Crush.
Well, it's going to be like that.
Nobody in Patia plays bloody Connect 4 anymore. No. Or
of course, the faster computer will still win. So now it's not going to be how much you know, but how fast you can produce it.
Yeah, right? Terry, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. So it'll be speed.
No, honestly, Bobby, I'm surprised. I mean, I used to love playing because it's an easy way to talk to the barmaid. Have a game of dice or Connect 4. What else? Occasionally the build the tower thing. It was just it's like an easy way into a conversation. No, it's all gone. I'm sure if you ask, they'll bring it out, but no, it's much more mercenary now. Buy me drink. No, I'm okay, thanks. Okay, I'll not speak to you if you're not buying me drink. Okay.
If you want to talk to a Thai about anything, just say to them, well, how about we go at the back and measure our dicks and see who's the bigger one?
Zig, your microphone is horrible. I didn't hear a word of that. It sounded like you were the guy from Stoke-on-Trent in England.
It's all right, I was just mouthing off being a prick anyway.
All right. That's right. I do it all the time, but I genuinely didn't understand a word you said. Could be my ears. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, Terry, have you had a good day today, sir?
Put it in the middle so it doesn't get.
Today's just starting here.
All right.
Was it 5:40 in the morning here? Yeah.
All right. Okay. I didn't know that. Have you had a good
Yeah,
night's sleep?
I go to bed so early. Terrible. Nothing else to do. I wonder how many people are suffering the same things, you know, going to bed early because they don't go out anymore. They don't go out to clubs or anything. I guess that's
Well, I
all
go to
bad.
bed early because I go to bed early because I start drinking too early here, and then by 8, 9 o'clock at night, I'm ready for sleep. Nothing to do with.
I don't even have to drink and I'm ready to sleep by 8 or 9.
Huh?
But I smoke. I smoke though.
Steve Perrin.
I
Come to
smoke the
Australia.
cartridges.
Drink.
Hey, what do you think about that girl in Russia for smoking a cartridge? Her stupid cartridge, she's going to sit in prison for nine years. They want to
Well,
keep her
that's
there
their
for 9.
laws.
The
So what?
laws are brutal, man. It's like, come on, man. What kind of a law is that? It's been brutal.
Well, you go back some 2 years ago, that same thing in Thailand and see what happens to you.
You know what? These are the kind of places where we shouldn't even let people come into our country from. We should look at their laws and say, nah, you don't get to come to America. Or Britain or wherever. You know, you should say, nah, our laws aren't like that. You know? Gee, 9 years for a cartridge. 9 years for a stupid, lousy little 50-cent or $5 cartridge, whatever it costs. $20. Come on, man. You know, you guys can't tell me that Russia isn't pissed off at America. Russia is totally pissed off at America. And you can't, and I know that's the reason why they treat people like that from America. They put them in prison and throw away the key every chance they get. They don't like us, you know. Russians, and we don't like them either. So there you go. I never thought we'd be hating the Russians like this again, but sure looks like, you know, they're the bad guys supposedly. Anyway, so Papa Jib had he has a different stream now. Yeah, he has a different stream. He was on last night.
So, how much is it?
Terry, who's the older brother out of you and Papa Jim?
I am.
You're the
Yeah,
senior.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you were young boys, did you get on okay? Because you seem very different people to me.
Oh, well, we were raised by different parents. That's why.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
It happens.
I'll ask no more. No,
Yeah.
I don't want you to do anything more than that. But you just come
it's
across
all right.
as
It's not
very
a big
different
deal.
individuals.
It's always out. Everywhere you go, you see that people from different parents getting divorced or split up or whatever.
Okay, I didn't mean to ask you too private a question. I
No, that's
retract
okay.
it. Sorry, mate.
Nah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I never thought I'd be relying on a computer for company. Is that crazy?
No, of course it's not.
It's a godsend, I suppose. Then,
Yeah.
you know.
Don't put yourself down. Look, I've got
Oh, I'm
family, wives, children, whatever, and I still have good fun on here. Now,
Yeah.
hey,
That's right. It's
don't
been
worry
a
about
day.
what situation you're in. Nobody judges you on your situation in life. You come across as quite a jovial, funny guy.
Yeah.
That's all we want.
I try to be.
Nobody here is going to judge you unless you vote for Biden. Then we'll judge shit out of you.
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously.
I hear. I got
Hold on, let's go to the chat. I'm not going to tell your thing, Bobby Crush, because I don't really understand what you're saying. And I'm not a little bit racist. But anyway, I'll miss that one. Be more on. America is willing to release a Russian arms dealer in exchange for a girl in jail over the weekend. I haven't seen that, but yeah, it don't surprise me. Christ, I'm missing a lot of news.
So
Bobby
what do you
Crush.
think we're going to?
Anyone smuggling illegal drugs into Russia should be hung. Going to need a very high gallows and such.
How about somebody who sells arms? How about somebody who sells arms to a country just to make money, just to make piles of dough? Like this guy, this Russian arms dealer that was supposed to swap for this black woman, athlete woman. How is he better than her? No, how is he less of a criminal than she is? He sold arms
I
to
don't
the
know what
enemy.
story you're talking about, Terry. Sorry, mate. I can't judge.
Well, we're gonna trade. We're gonna do a swap. You'll see.
Are we talking about the basketball player?
Yeah. I guess we're gonna do a swap. Somebody said. That makes sense.
No, I'd leave her there. Fuck that. No. I wouldn't trade her for anybody.
The basketball transvestite, it's a lesbian.
Yeah.
Oh, is she a lesbian too? Oh, that's bad news for her in Russia. They don't like that stuff in Russia.
I've got no. Terry, she was also the one stamping on flags, American flags and whatever, and no respect for America. I have absolutely no sympathy for her at all. I'm quite pleased that they're teaching her how the world really is. But we both know she'll come back and she'll write a book and she'll make $5 million out of writing a book about how things. No, I'd just leave her there. I'd give her no coverage or whatever. Just leave her there.
The arms dealer, the Russian arms dealer, they should shoot him and say, well, you got the bitch, we don't care what you do.
Yeah.
Simple.
Johnny, you're sometimes you're a bit too harsh. I agree with you totally. I wouldn't necessarily shoot him, but right.
All right, hang him then. Whatever electrocution.
Yeah, but no. Terry, she's disrespected your country completely.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
well, the whole idea of her getting jammed up and then us having to trade a bad guy for her, that's not right.
No.
The guy's a bad dude. He's a bad dude. He needs to stay in jail. She needs to stay in jail too, because why should she get out of jail in exchange for letting a terrible, horrible person, a murderous person like that be out? Why should she, it doesn't make sense.
The thing is, Terry, they both made their decisions when they did what they did. And
that's right.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
But what I'm getting at is, if we traded, then we should trade a Russian citizen who's in prison for the same thing, drug violations or something like that. Not a person who sells weapons of mass destruction to another country and trade her for that person. That's not a fair trade. You know what I mean? And I want to trade her for some really worthless piece of crap, you know, guy that just
Trader for
doesn't
the
mean
bloody thing where
anything.
it is.
So they want a big score. They want a big score for her. They want boy. Talk about holding hostages. But you know, that's what happens.
The Americans should just publicly air it on TV, execute the arms dealer, and say to the Russians, whatever you do, it's up to you.
We don't execute. We'd have to execute General Dynamics and Dynacore and all these different corporations in America. We'd have to start executing them. CEOs.
If they want to, Terry,
if they want to swap,
if they want to swap, if they want to swap, you can give them Biden for the girl. That'd be a fair swap.
That'd be great if we could start trading presidents, start trading politicians around like that, use them as hostages. Take politicians for hostages and start trading them. We'd end up with all of Russia's oligarchy. They'd end up with all our capitalists over there. Yeah, it might be a way to take over their country. Send all our politicians there. And
Sure.
I don't know. The whole thing's so stupid, man.
Well, let's face it, most Americans would swap Biden for even, half a dozen bloody Coors beers.
People love Biden in America. There's people who would die for Biden. There's people who would jump in front of a train for him. I don't understand why.
Well, obviously, there's a drug problem in America.
The drug problem. The drug problem is meant to be. That's a given. That's always going to be, and we need it. We need a drug problem in America so that we can stay focused. It's all about, and that's keeping everybody on drugs and keeping them insensitized so that they don't know what the hell's going on around them.
That's how Biden gets bloody votes.
Yeah, and then we can spend all kinds of money on drug fighting drugs.
I'd like to trade Hillary Clinton's left tit, just so I know someone cut her tit off.
Oh, that'd be very close to a book I read. It was called Puppy's Revenge by Nora Titoff.
Puppy's Revenge.
That's it.
Just think about it. We're the only country that had a president that was a movie star.
Yeah, well, that wasn't. He was no different than Biden. He was fucked by the time he got.
But Ronald Reagan was a movie star.
I know he was a movie star, but he was a movie star 60 years before he got to a decision making situation, and he was as fucked as Biden is.
He wasn't a very good
No, Johnny, he wasn't. Reagan wasn't a bad. Don't misunderstand me. I'm only. It's a low bar here, but he wasn't a bad president.
Yeah, he was pretty CIA run amok.
Compared to a lot of them, he was okay. It's a very low bar, but he wasn't too bad.
Oh no, that's Kennedy. Kennedy, they said.
But the whole thing with the American politics, the bar is not set very high.
No.
And the other thing is the shooters are pretty good shots.
Yeah. Can I look? I'm gonna call it a night in 5-10 minutes. Terry, you need to look at a movie called Bridge of Spies. Have you seen that by any chance?
No. Bridge of Spies.
Bridge of Spies. Oh, cool. It's a Tom Hanks movie, so it'll be quite high on whatever you search. And it's all about negotiating for the release of spies, prisoners, whatever. The great thing about it, Terry, is it's a totally true story.
Yeah.
And I think after what we've talked about earlier, you'd really love it. It's one of my favourite movies. I've watched it 2 or 3 times. Bridge of Spies. Tom Hanks. You'll even remember. You're roughly the same age as me. You'll remember when the American experimental plane went down in America. I'm trying to think of the guy's name. Guy something or other. Can't remember his name. But I remember the plane going down. The Americans, the Russians had him. And this movie follows it.
You're talking about Gary Powers.
Gary Powers. That's it.
Yeah, the YouTube pilot.
If you've not seen it, you will love the movie. Honestly, everything about it will remind you of our youth and what was happening and how good an actor Tom Hanks is in those sort of situations. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say. Bridge of Spies. Don't miss it. You'll love it.
See about it.
All right, I'm going to say good night.
Working again.
Good night.
My TV's broken right now.
I'm going to watch Breaking Bad for the time.
Good night, guys. Well,
are we closing? Are we closing down?
Well, we might as well, unless someone desperately wants to jump. I'm going to crash in.
I'm just waking up.
Yeah.
No, you guys go ahead. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a great day.
To all the chat and to all the panel, it's been lovely as always.
Likewise.
And we'll call it a night. Do you want to close it down, Z? Because you know what buttons to close. I'm just going to cut myself out.
I can't access it.
Take care, Blue. See you tomorrow. Okay.
So got to do it.
Yeah, good night.
If you've got buttons, Steve, and you can hear me, do it. All right, dude. Catch us all later.